Yo, Darkside, we just got raided, son. You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
Pandaglass aided my stream with 36 viewers.
I was here, man. I was here, kinda. I literally like sat down like halfway through that, and of course, if I would have changed the whatchamacallit, then it would have ended the song. So, Panda, appreciate the raid. What is up, y'all? Yeah, mic check. Damn chat. Looks like we're good. Hey Duke, long time no see, man. How's it going on? Let me update you, Duke. I don't know if you know, but yeah, I had a double hernia surgery 5 weeks ago, and I'm still kind of in recovery. So I've been mostly a potato. I think I touched grass maybe twice in the past 5 weeks. Yeah, it's about right. It sounds about right. You say you like the song. Yeah, I had to change you me Lisa tomorrow dinner. Text me. I might be able to, depending on what time. Is it like old people time, like 4 o'clock dinner, 4 o'clock p.m. dinner? Oh, sorry. 4:30. 4:30? Are you guys staying up late tonight? Is that how it's gonna is that what's happening? I may be able to. I may be able to. But shoot me a text. But yeah, man. Anyhow, everybody, what's going on? We are gonna jump into our rogue for a little bit, and then we're gonna create a Frozen Orb Sorc. I am looking to buy a with gold, obviously, a winter glass amulet. So if anyone has one for sale, I don't care how crappy it is. Like I literally don't even care how bad it is, just as long as I like I have one. Because there's a big difference between having one and not having one. So if anyone got one, I'll give you some gold for it. But yeah. All right, Duke, you have a good one. Can I explain breakpoints of attack speed? How much extra attack speed I need if I use a bow or crossbow without buffs? So if you're following the Maxroll guide, if you look under mechanics, there's a section called mechanics towards the bottom of the guide. If you look at that, there's an entire breakdown of every single breakpoint with Heartseeker that could possibly matter to you. So yeah, but I mean, that attack speed breakpoint stuff is actually just it's just relevant in general. So just take a look at that, because if I just spit out all the different breakpoints, you're not going to remember them all. So it'd be easier just to kind of have a reference, if that makes sense. All right, let's jump into the game. Hope everybody's been good. Today has been a little weird. I was doing a little bit more, or I was trying to get some stuff done around the house or whatever. And I didn't lift anything, I promise. I did not lift anything. At least nothing over like 2 or 3 pounds, you know, like a drink and food or whatever. But for whatever strange reason, like the area there just feels very annoyed, like it feels very aggravated for some reason. Which I'm not saying it concerns me, but it's like I'm supposed to get some exercise. I'm supposed to move around. I'm supposed to, you know, get acquainted with the mesh and all. But all I feel is a lot of soreness there, which sucks. Sin, what's going on, man? Sin Jack, you said this a new time? No, actually, I usually start about an hour and a half earlier than this. At least that's the attempted time. So, but in the recent, this has been mostly my starting time. But Mr. Mark, what's going on, man? I see you on the tube lens. He said huge loot and a lot of fat goblins wait for me. Well, I mean, the thing about it is that I probably spend most of my time in the pits, really. So, and there are no goblins in the pit. So I'm gonna have to run around. What, Helltide? It's do the goblins be doing the thing in Helltide too as well, or is it mostly like Nightmare Dungeons? You been catching me on the tail end? Yeah, pretty much. Probably. Where you from? Is it San? Let's see. Hold on. San Giacomo? Is that how I say it? UK. Okay. Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, it's about like 5 a.m. for you then, I think, right now. If I feel you on the mending, I had my knee replaced 3 weeks ago, and you've been full of potato. Yeah. Us potatoes need to unite, man. That's right. Is 9300 the max armor. 9230 is the cap. So anything more than that isn't gonna help you at all. Have they given these goblins the D3 audible queue yet? I don't know. That's actually a good question. I have no idea. All right, I'm gonna have to fix my gear stuff a little bit because I haven't completely switched over yet, but I'm trying. So yeah, she's like, right now I'm in pain actually. I think I might have to take a ibuprofen actually. Like it's getting to that point, and that kind of sucks. Give me a sec, yo. I'll be right back. You say stay on top of the meds. The thing about it is that I haven't had to take meds in like a week or some change. I've been doing just okay without, but today, I don't know what happened. Okay. So, Retribution. Wait. Got Frostbitten there. Days. Elements is what I'm missing. And then I gotta switch my skills around, and I think we're Gucci after that. One of my missing points was from this. That's right, I forgot. Got mastery traps. I think, yeah, this right here. There we go. I think that's good. Are the goblins bags supposed to drop angel breath every time, or is there a chance? Actually, I don't even know. I'm actually not even sure. I have yet to do any of the event yet, so but I will be when I'm leveling up my Sorc though. So by the way, yes, I'm making a Sorc this evening. If you want, I can capstone dungeons you and farms here for you. I have so many bloods I don't need. I can help you farm out of a winter glass. I may take you up on that, because I've been like literally just vendoring all of my blood, because I just never felt like I was gonna use it. How's rapid fire feeling? You said doing pin shot after? Oh no, I'm playing a Sorc after this, or a sorceress, Frozen Orb Sorc. I feel like I'm missing something. Yeah, I'm absolutely missing something. Where is my damage? Hold up. Oh yeah, wrong key passive. That's what it is. I didn't change my key passive out. That makes sense. Doing pin shot. So I did rapid fire for the past couple of days. I did pin shot last week at some point. Didn't really care too much for pin shot. Rapid fire was interesting. But I'm hoping that whatever fix they got coming for rapid fire is gonna make it feel better. You want the renown grind? Yeah, that's not too much fun. It's smart to level alts this season for Helltide Sparks, even though you don't need it anymore. Well, especially right now with the with the XP event and whatnot. I actually have reasons to make a new rogue as well at some point. So I will also like level a new rogue, so I can like switch builds on the fly and not have to worry about like redoing all my boards and all that stuff. Bro, why y'all still alive? I must have really mucked up my combo, like really bad. Also snakes. Okay, let's go ahead and take this shrine, I guess. Lexi, what's going on, man? Wait a minute, how is it that you don't have a VIP tag? I got to get you a VIP tag, yeah. You sure you want to watch the Sorc gameplay? I mean... I played a little bit of Sorc in the past, like I leveled a Sorc to 100 once. But yeah. Although, if you want to walk me through some things, I totally wouldn't mind that at all. messed up again. Boy, there is still unstoppable, really, for real? Alright, get ready to say. There we go. That's the combo. How you liking Rogue, Lex? What's the better amulet to have, Exploit or Malice? I can't have both. Depends on what the other stats are, honestly. If you're trying to choose between two different amulets. Exploit and Malice are very close. Typically, or math would suggest that Exploit is better. But it's like very, very slight though. So you're not gonna notice an actual tangible difference which one you actually choose though. Heartseeker is 2-1-0 for you. Well, that's why I do the whole stutter stepping, playing with all dex gems and gear type ordeal. So I can play it with intense gameplay, I guess. I do have a question for you, Lex, while you're here though. So, do I absolutely have to go the Immortal Sorc route? Like, because I kind of don't want to do that. Just get an amulet with both? Yeah, super easy. Totally. Throw Frigid Finesse in there too as well. Just get an amulet with all 3 passives. Oh, I gotta spend Renown. What's up, Alex? Plan to play any of the classes besides Rogue Sorc? Druid at some point. I don't care for Barb or Negro. I have 0 interest in either of the classes. So I'll be Sorc for about a week and then probably Druid the following week or whatever ish. But I'll probably still spend most of my time on like Rogue still though, because I understand that a lot of my content has been based around Rogue gameplay and putting Rogue videos out and stuff like that. So generally when people stop by, they kind of want to see what I'm doing on the Rogue. So I will always still play a little bit of Rogue, but I do want to play other stuff too as well. You said not at all. Sorc requires strict gearing and only really need for the highest bit pushing, which I know you both are into. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Was just curious because I don't know, the Immortal Sorc just seems rather well, boring from a gameplay standpoint. Like I understand the whole, hey, I can live forever as long as my gear is near perfect, but that kind of me not having any sort of danger or being in any sort of danger just kind of takes the fun away from me. Have I played Elden Ring? No, actually no, not yet. He said, Riptile waiting for Tekken 8. Yeah, Frozen Orb is the path I plan on going. I loved Frozen Orb even back when it was bad. Right? And I know it's considered, you know, kind of mess still. But I don't really blame the Frozen Orb as much as I do just the way the game is currently. Like, all of our builds or tier lists or whatever that we do, like no matter who the content creators are like that, we're basically putting builds in lists based on, you know, if they can kill the pit boss and how fast. Right, that's kind of what today's tier list is basically, right? So with the discrepancy between, you know, mobs in the pit and how much HP the boss has, it just kind of invalidates a lot of builds that would otherwise actually be pretty decent if it wasn't for the pit boss having so much HP, and also certain bosses in the pit having double the HP as some of the others too. It's just kind of weird that that's the case. Like, I get the whole idea of wanting to fight the mechanics, and I think the mechanics are actually kind of fun to fight, the player fight or whatever. But it is kind of silly that you can get to the boss in like 4 minutes, and then the pit boss is like an 8-minute fight. And that's with a build that actually has good single target damage, right? But yeah. Have I played Tekken? Not in the recent, no. I used to, like back in the day. I used to play a lot of fighting games back in the day. Even some fighting games that, you know, or classic fighting games that people probably don't remember too much of, that were actually good. Like the Bloody Warrior series was like really good. Battle Arena Toshinden was actually very good. Stuff like that. And of course, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, when it first came out. Actually, Marvel vs. Street Fighter was actually pretty fun too. Was it Capcom versus Street Fighter, or was it Marvel? No, it was Capcom versus Street Fighter. I think it was. What was my Marvel vs. Capcom 2 team? I didn't really play like seriously, like competitive. May you know my build? Exclamation mark build. Killer Instinct, yeah, dude, yeah. I actually liked, who did I play? I was I did let's see, what was it? Gambit, Captain America, and Psylocke. So obviously I wasn't playing in any tournaments with that cast, but I just liked the way they all played. Especially Psylocke. Shaq Fu, I remember I remember Shaq Fu. Can I explain the thought process, reasoning behind selecting passives like Weapon Mastery, Exploit, Malice, and why certain ones are better on different builds? Well, Exploit and Malice double dip with the Victimize, with Victimize currently. That's why those two are extremely strong on the Heartseeker build. So they're actually giving you considerably more value than what the paper kind of shows. Weapon Mastery doesn't, at least not on Heartseeker, which is why it's not in like the top 3 or whatever. So Exploit, Malice, and Frigid Finesse are like the 3 really good passive on Heartseeker. When you're not playing a Victimized build, then Frigid Finesse is the top dog, followed by Weapon Mastery at that point. And then Exploit and Malice are considered kind of mediocre passives on like a rapid fire build or a barrage build. In fact, I would say Exploit is probably the worst passive of the 4 that you could get for like a rapid fire or a barrage build. Simply because the Exploit multiplier, whatever like that, doesn't snapshot on cast. It's like per arrow, which is really bad actually. But Guilty Gear, yo, but Killer Instinct though, Jago and Saberwolf is who I play, and then my brother plays Cinder, which at the time, the Super Nintendo version of Cinder was just so annoying to play against. Or the arcade version of Cinder on the original Killer Instinct was so annoying to play against. Way too effective for how easy the character was to play. And then when I want to have some fun, I'll play TJ combo. I seen you in Rax's chat a couple of days ago, and he's gonna use my row build. That's awesome. I mean, generally Rax does use most of the Maxroll setups. So if he's gonna play a class or whatnot, he would look at a Maxroll guide and kind of, you know, go from there. If that makes sense. Yeah, dude, the announcer in for the racing though. Always made you feel good hitting any combo actually. Even combo breakers. You spent 100 million, went broke trying to get exploit. What was already on your amulet? Did you at least get like, could you get malice or frigid finesse by chance, or did you try to skip all that to get exploit? I am messing up my combos like crazy. Okay, so you already have lucky hit and malice. Is that what you're saying? Frigid exploit or exploit and malice, which is better? Technically, like exploit and malice, generally speaking. But frigid finesse is so close. In fact, frigid finesse is actually better for speed farming than malice. Or exploit. Well, I'm gonna say exploit. Actually, if you exploit with a two-hand crossbow, it's like ridiculously good for speed farming, just because of the, you know, better or the higher damage per hit per se. So you're more like you're more likely to one-shot a pack with the crossbow with exploit than you would with the bow. It's just simply because of the damage range or whatever. But anyhow, yeah, frigid finesse is probably one of the best passes for speed farming or whatever. Exploit tends to have a better value when you're pushing. But I think people put too much emphasis on like making sure that you kind of get like passives are so hard to get on the amulet, man. They're so ridiculously hard to get on the amulet that honestly, if you just get 1 of the 3 or 2 of the 3, it doesn't really matter which 2 you get. This is actually kind of a neat amulet. I'm gonna hold on to it. Yeah. It doesn't really matter which 2 of the 3 you get. You're not gonna see a real difference in your speed farming. Definitely not worth the hundreds of millions that people re-roll to try to get it. Honestly, like I will only do that if that's like my last piece to upgrade. Like I've min-maxed everything else, and I want to 100% min-max my amulet, and then at that point it'll be obviously exploit, malice, frigid finesse would be like the end game amulet, right? Parents, what's going on, man? Where he supermans across the screen? Yes, sure. Aspect of the elements is just physical damage for 7 seconds. Yes. So it's actually, elements is actually really worth half the bonus technically. But depending on how you play it though, if you ever played D3 before, you can kind of play elements a lot like Convention of Elements from D3. So I don't know if you actually really notice, but I tend to kill trash often on my off cycle. So by the time I reach elites, usually I'm at my physical cycle. So I'm getting closer to the 30% damage bonus than people actually really think. or when it actually matters, right? Appreciate the follow. I have one exploit, 2 malice, 40% core res. Yeah, oof on the core res though. Did you ever were you able to reroll the core res off of it or something else? Using both exploit and Phrygia on your Andy road. The third stat is damage, which is not useful for Heartseeker, right? Wait, I'm confused. You said you were on your Andy rogue, but then you said the third stat isn't useful for Heartseeker. So which build you playing? Slice, what's going on, man? Also appreciate the follow. Got a stretch command. I see you. Pepper fire fix? No, not really. Also, bearded gamer, appreciate the prime. Heathen, what's happening? Not yet. They did announce, or they did say that they will announce when they have an additional fix for it. I assume, I don't know. I mean, the earliest would be next week, but I'm thinking it's probably gonna be a little later than that. Are we expecting different damage types like light, fire, lightning, etc.? For what exactly? You mean like the expansion, or? I could Heartseeker Rogue and Andy Rogue Zarya's build. They're both fun and interesting. Okay, I got you. So actually, to be honest with you, so damage, like percent damage, doesn't do anything for like a Heartseeker build, but it does for like an Andariel's Rogue. But I mean, you already got 2 passes that are worth it, so like, you know, you're good for the most part. It's got a stretch too.
Yo, dog,
kill him all with the raid. What's going on, man?
We just got raided, son. You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers.
There you go.
Sheezy out.
What's happening, Kill?
Kilimal 1228 traded my stream with 1 views.
Daniel, you said build Heartseeker. This is Heartseeker. I guess yeah. I guess we'll go into Helltide. Goblins are in Helltide, right? Did we do anything in Helltide, or do I need to do like Nightmare Dungeons? I hate this Helltide though. I hate it so much I didn't even do the strongholds. Oof. I mean, I guess. So are the goblins not in Helltide then? I actually have not been paying attention. Just be honest with you. Ethos, what's happening, man? It's a name I feel like I haven't seen in a while. Speaking of which, I need to community, add new Lexi U. There we go. Give him the VIP tag. Can't believe I haven't done so already. Here we go. You said you can do them in Helltide, but Nightmare Dungeons is the way to go. Okay. Well, guess we'll do Nightmare Dungeons then. Supposed to be looking for grease shrines. Is that the play? Do I have a sigil? No, I don't have a sigil. I gotta put all this stuff in my whatchamacallies. Actually, I do have a decent amount of blood still, even after I've been like vendoring most of it. All these steel. Alright, so let's craft. So just do one at a time because I got my inventory so full with stuff. No, let's actually put a lot of my elixirs like in here. Especially the one I actually care about, which is those. Do you prefer dagger or swords for Heartseeker? Honestly, I mean, daggers would feel slightly better, but really not enough for me to care about. It's whatever rolls better. Like, neither one is like more damage than the other. So it's like, at the end of the day, if it's not a damage boost or a defensive boost, I generally don't care. So whatever rolls better. Path of the Blind. All right, so I guess is the idea for me to keep creating sigils until I get the extra shrines. Okay, so yeah, so this one has extra shrines, right? Build exclamation mark build. Any reason why I changed the gems and the weapons? Honestly, just to have a different look. It's literally the exact same damage. So, do I want more? No, I definitely do not. I have nowhere to put him. Is there any benefits to farm goblins in group instead of solo? Honestly, I do not know. Here we go. That was a goblin, I guess. Your bag. There's a goblin. Like, I'd rather play, like, at this point, considering where my gear is, I'd rather play something like Flurry in Nightmare Dungeons versus Heartseeker, since I can't even proc victimize most of the time. You haven't heard the song in a while? Wow. I kind of expected most people not even to know what that song is. What's the best lucky hit chance percent for Heartseeker build? It's really not like a certain percent you need to actually hit. You just want to have it on all pieces of gear that you can get it on. So basically rings, gloves, amulet, helm if you don't have a Shaco. I wouldn't say it's terrible to farm with Heartseeker or whatever. A Nightmare Dungeon or whatever. It's just more so of like I don't have any reason to use my combo, so it's just literally left click the entire time for me. So there's just no resistance or anything. At least when I'm doing piss, I have to actually like plant the traps, do smoke grenade, you know, also poison trap inside the cow trap or whatever to keep them still with extra, you know, crit chance or whatever. Like there's reason to use other things for, you know, to speed up your clear or whatever. And here it's literally just left click. Why are your non-crits hitting way harder against bosses than your crits? Because victimize itself doesn't crit. It's gonna always be a white number, and that white number is gonna be way higher than your actual like Heartseeker crit. Oh, more fun on Sorc. Oh yeah, well yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah, I agree with that. Oh, it's way down there. Oops. Is there any difference in what kind of CC stash you have on gear? Like, can I go full freeze or full stun? So technically speaking, you do want different types for a couple of different reasons. One, some of your aspects, you know, scale with the, you know, certain types of CC stuff. Like Retribution is really good if you have stun, right? And of course, Frigid Finesse and Frostbitten is good if you have freeze, right? But generally speaking, having a bunch of different ones will also help you stagger the boss like quicker, which is obviously more damage because you don't really do any damage at all until you stagger the boss. So the faster you can stagger the boss, the quicker that you can actually get to actually dealing some damage, which is why we kind of usually suggest roughly 3, maybe 4 different types of utility. Something like 2 freeze, 1 daze, 2 stun. I mean, yeah, that'll work. You've been staggering them way faster without Shaco, probably because you probably have a different CC on your helm, right? Whereas with the Shaco, you don't have, you can't temper a Shaco, so you can't put CC on the Shaco, right? So I mean that makes sense actually. This song though. Go find. Strike. Good strike chance. So I guess the strategy is to only do nightmare dungeons that actually have that extra shrines. So let me get rid of some of these blood, man. I got so many not blood, but steals. I'm never gonna use that, so we'll sell that. Okay, so now we just extra shrines, got that one. I guess I don't really have that many sigil dust either, so I guess I probably need to be careful with how picky I become. We're getting amulet on the Maxroll guy, where exploit and malice both on there, or was one a reroll via enchanting? Well, on the Maxroll guy, we don't have like enchanted stats. Like, you know, we don't know what you're gonna roll. We don't know what you're gonna get. Chances are you're probably not gonna get two passives like that. So one of the passives will probably end up being would be enchanted or whatever. And if you can't get that, if you look under the facts section, I actually give you like alternative stats for amulet too as well. You know, all these songs was born in '86. On your builds, if it says FX X on helm, can that FX go on another piece? Generally speaking, if you look at the stats threshold or whatever, or the recommended stats threshold, we generally have like a, you know, how much you want of each stat or whatever. So there are places where it doesn't matter where you get them per se, just as long as you have them. But there are some places where you can only get them on, like, let's say a piece of gear. Like for instance, like let's say Heartseeker, for instance, right? Like there's lucky hit chance on the helm, right? So sure, you can not do it on the helm, but there isn't many places you can get lucky hit chance. So like that's not a place where I would, you know, switch or whatever, or, you know, try to figure it out elsewhere. You know what I'm saying? But let's say if it's armor or something like that, right? You can probably, if it's on the helm, you could probably get it somewhere else, right? Pants, boots, whatever. The more mobs you kill anywhere with that shrine after, the more the god spawns. So having this type of shrine is good, right? Like the curse shrine or whatever. Okay, well, shrine's gone now. Ever heard Eminem's new song? Yeah, I have. I even watched the music video too. The aspects that drop stun grenades, turn those into grenade skills. I want to say yes. Considering that we don't have any grenade skills that actually deal damage, so all of our grenade skills are actually proc based. I'm already full. Bruh. All right, what we got? We got 6 bags of treasure. And wind forest. The video was pretty funny. Yeah. Well, I mean, Slim Shady in general, or when he goes, uses his, persona or his Slim Shady persona, it's always a fun time, I guess you could say. But I like how he pretty much collaborated with himself. That was actually kind of neat. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Do you know the amount of gold you made in the event already? No idea, because I actually have quite a bit, so I haven't really been paying attention. I also haven't been playing much. I'll only play when I stream now. So yeah. So I just started playing the event. Then I guess you could say. I guess I gotta go this way, right?
It needs time to recharge.
It's alter ego. Hope it goes nuts in this album. I wouldn't even say it's alter ego. I mean, there's basically 3 versions, right? You got Eminem, which is the, kind of sort of like the rapper, right? The lyricist rapper type ordeal. Definitely more serious. You got Marshall Mathers, who's like, kind of like storyteller in a sense, and you got Slim Shady, who's like basically a clown. Right, but in a good way though. What's the event that's going on? Haven't played in a few weeks. Apparently it's like the anniversary event where we have goblins or more goblins that come out. We also get more XP now. I think it's like 35% more XP, more gold. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of mostly it in terms of the event is concerned. But it's nice in the sense of if you're trying to like level a new character or whatever, it makes that way easier to do during these kind of events and things. I think the sad part about what the goblins do is that I kind of wish they had angel breaths in there. I don't think I've seen any, like angel breath at all. Shane Connery said, am I getting bored of the game? No, not really. Nah. I mean, I generally, so the thing about it is that I generally don't play the game usually much when I'm not streaming. So I don't burn out. So like I will play the game when I'm not streaming for like the first maybe 3 or 4 days because I'm like blasting, trying to like get all the stuffs and do as much as I possibly can so I can make content on said things or whatnot. And then past that point though, I think after that, like I become a little bit more casual-ish or whatnot, and I only play when I stream so I can feel like I have things to do, or I'm not trying to like burn myself out, if that makes sense. That's why I can usually end up playing the season a little longer than like some creators do, because I'm legit, kind of chilling outside of the stream or whatever. Like I'm not even gaming much at all, or if I do game, I'll play something completely different from like an action RPG or something. So something that isn't grind related, right? Game is enjoyable when you don't try to get to 100 in 4 hours. You know, I actually really agree with that. The tough part though, the tough part about that though is that if you're a content creator, you kind of don't have a choice. And I don't say that, I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just more of a, you know, when you're a content creator, you have to put your content out before your competitors do in general. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta kind of be first to the market. So if you're not level 100, people aren't gonna pay much attention to what you have to say because, well, you're not 100, right? So it's like, yo, check out this cool build I came up with. You know, it does this. It does like pit, you know, pit tier 7, like really, really good, right? And I just cleared a Nightmare Dungeon 21 with it. Like, it's awesome. And then like you're like level 59, right? Like, people aren't gonna click on that and watch that. But if you're like level 100 and he's like, yo, I just cleared pit 2, you know, 100 in like, you know, 2 minutes with this awesome build in like a day and a half or whatever like that of playing, then people are gonna be like, yo, I wanna play that build. That build looks awesome, you know. Like, people tend to take you more seriously then, you know what I mean? So there's always that pressure as a creator to blast and, you know, learn as much as you possibly can about the game as soon as you can each season, so you can put content out on it quickly or whatever. The second thing is because of the fact that I do write builds for Maxroll, write build guides for Maxroll, it's important for me to play a lot of the builds that I create or that I write or whatever to make sure that everything is functioning the way it does and make changes to them ASAP. If I took my time to get to 100 and whatnot, or the longer it takes for me to like get to 100 and like get my stuff like, you know, pretty, you know, geared out or whatever, the longer it takes for me to update the Maxroll guide stuff, right? The moment, you know, because of course when the season launches, of course it's gonna be or feel different than, you know, well, not doing that, right? So so that's kind of why I pretty much have to race, or I don't say race, but I have to like blast a lot. But then once I'm done with that, I don't know if the chat realized, but once I'm done with like the, you know, updating the Maxroll guys based on the new things that we didn't know about in the beginning of the season, and the whole idea of like just putting some videos out, you know, pretty quickly, I guess become pretty casual at that point. Like, casual as in like I'm not blasting anymore. I'm just more just chilling and playing because all of my responsibilities are done, if that makes sense. Have we tried PoE? I have tried PoE. I don't like PoE's combat. I like everything else about PoE, but I don't like its combat. But I am excited about PoE too, though, because of its combat. And I also do like Last Epoch. I kind of like Last Epoch more than PoE. But I didn't get a chance to really play any Last Epoch upon release because I was busy doing other things, unfortunately. So I legit just didn't have time. I was moving, I think. Yeah, I was moving at the time, so I couldn't play release date Last Epoch. What do I not like about its combat? It's not polished. Like playing, like when you play like Diablo 3 or Diablo 4's combat, like just it's the animation quality, the sound quality, stuff like that, it's very good. When and generally speaking, the Diablo games don't get credit for that enough because there's always other things that the game is missing, right? Like obviously D3's crafting system was absolute trash. Its itemization was pretty trash, or whatnot. But the thing that it had going for it was definitely its combat. It felt great to play. It felt good to kill things with, right? Path of Exile doesn't really have that, and it's not. I don't really blame the devs at the time because when they obviously coded the game, you know, they were an indie company, so they just didn't have time or the money to sit there and make great animations for every skill or make every skill feel impactful, et cetera, et cetera. You see what I'm saying? So like for an indie company, obviously GGG did wonders with PoE, like unimaginable wonders with the game, right? But there's just certain things you just don't have the time to do to polish. Like, of course, GGG could make a good combat system in the game if they had time and, you know, more money at the time, which is why PoE 2 is very enticing to a player like me, because now they have time and now they have money because Tencent, you know. You see what I'm saying? So now we get to see what GGG can really do when they actually have the funds and the time available to do what they're doing. But unfortunately, PoE 1, I guess you could say, just doesn't really have that combat polish. And for me, I play games like this for the combat. I know I'm probably like the weirdo that cares more about the combat than, like, let's say systems, but yeah, like I've always been that way. That's why I can't play like MMOs or most MMOs, because the combat's pretty trash, right? Lost Ark is like a gem in that sense, where the combat's actually really good. Or if you've ever played Terra, is also very good, has really good combat or whatever. But most MMO, they're like tab targeting, way far out zoom camera stuff. I can't do, man. Like, sure, these social features in the MMO can be really cool, but man, if the combat is just very bland, I can't do it, man. I can't do it. That's why I can never really get into World of Warcraft, because the combat is just not, it's just not that interesting to me, man. Despite its massive success, obviously, but can't do it. I did play like City of Heroes and City of Villains. I don't know how old some of you guys are, if you guys like remember what that was, like being a superhero or whatever, right? Superheroes, whatever. The combat was actually pretty cool in that. Same thing with DC Universe Online. Like the combat was actually kind of legit. Yeah, for me, combat means a lot, which is why I won't say forgive some of the problems in D4, obviously, and obviously the problems in D3, but like it didn't bother me as much as the regular player, because the combat was just so good, right? So like it was one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's missing this, and it's missing the RPG of the action RPG, right? Diablo 3 pretty much was an action game, not really much of an RPG, but it was a damn good action game, right? And that's why I played it for as long as I did. But while combat was originally built for dial-up, I believe it. Terra was awesome. Terra was awesome. I like how the community basically, like, you know, dubbed like the big monsters like Banffs, and like even the devs kind of like took that term on for the most part too when referring to them. To start streaming D2R, I actually did like a couple of times when I somehow received a copy of D2R Alpha. I don't know how I got in, considering I never played D2 before then. It was an experience. It was a lot of fun, actually, because people could not believe that I never actually played D2 before, and so yeah, it was an experience. Imagine, like, you know, listening to me like I died for the very first time and I'm really confused about where my gear is. And my chat's like, you have to go get your gear. And I'm like, what do you mean go get my gear? Like, I got the gear. Like, I picked it up, I put it on my character. Where's my gear? And he's like, no, you have to go get it. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, no, get it from your character. I'm like, I know, my character is right here on the screen. What do you mean? Like, no, you're a dead character. I'm like, no, but I'm alive right now. What do you mean my dead character? I died, but I respawned in town. So what are you talking about? Like, no, where your body was when you died is where your gear is. And I'm like, okay. So of course, you know, I go run. And apparently I died with like 13 or 14 zombies around me. So of course, getting my body back with, you know, was extremely difficult. So I died another 20 something times, thus looting my body 20 something more times, or 20 something bodies of whatever. So yeah, that was an experience. Then of course the whole stamina system and the fact that you can run out of arrows. I just had to pick Boazon as my first character, which was hilarious apparently to my audience, because it's like, why would you do Boazon? Boazon is like one of the hardest things you can make as a newbie or whatever. I'm like, I didn't know. I just wanted a class that could shoot arrows. I didn't know that there was a, you know, hierarchy in terms of like, you know, the leveling thing, or so. I mean, I didn't know. So I ran out of arrows and I got stuck between like a mob and like a corner of a cave. And everyone was like, oh yeah, you're dead now, man. You're dead. And then I pushed every button on my keyboard imaginable. And somehow, I guess I unequipped my bow. And I started punching the mob. I punched my way out and like my chat just like was like dying laughing. So yeah, it was fun. It was fun. I did have fun. I did have fun, and I grew appreciation for why people really like D2, you know, for what it was, obviously. Should doing the dark side, I can play Dota. I can't really play Dota, man. I can't. And it's not that I don't like MOBAs by any means, but like, I'm gonna be honest. I was that guy that took Warcraft 3 to Frozen Throne seriously, like the actual ladder game seriously. Like, I was leveling quite a bit. I was like a semi-professional, so I would play in local tournaments or whatever. No team or anything, but just like local tournaments or whatever. And so I was like seriously serious about the game. So when Dota really started taking off, and you know, as a custom games in Warcraft 3, a lot of people went to go play that, right? Because it was like, you know, the new thing and it was fun and whatnot. But what ended up happening was the search times went up drastically, like drastically, because people weren't playing like the ladder anymore. People were playing Dota. So I'm gonna admit I was kind of an elitist at the time. I was younger too. Like, I mean, I was like, you know, 16, 17, 18 right, years old. So I was like kind of like an elitist at the time, because I'm just like, oh well, the reason why you're playing Dota is because you can't hack it at the real game. Like, you can't control more than one character, so you're just playing Dota because you suck at ladder. And that's what every ladder player felt. Like, every serious ladder player for the most part at the time felt. So, but in all reality though, we were just bitter because, you know, we had nobody to play against, because people were playing Dota. So it slowly kind of killed off the like in-game ladder stuff because people just weren't playing ladder anymore. So I'm gonna always have like this little like bitterness towards Dota, no matter what. It's just always. But at least I'm honest about my bias for sure. Mayhem starter. That sounds like a you problem, sir. No one told you to do math. Okay? No one told you to do the mathing, right? And now that you mathed, you chose to math, now you're disappointed. Because you chose to math. So no, I don't feel sorry for you at all because you math. You chose to disappoint yourself. That was a choice you made. But nah, I feel you though. I feel you. That does kind of feel bad though. I'm not gonna lie. I'm using a rogue build, leveling build for Maxroll. It's a combat flow, shadow imbue, 3 hits of puncture, and then barrage. Repeat. Pretty much, yeah. You build 3 combo points and then you shoot barrage while you're imbued, either with shadow imbue or cold imbue, or shadow imbue and poison imbue if you're doing the leveling barrage. But yeah, always build combo points though, because all of your damage comes from your precision key passive and also your specialization. Is it free R. Kelly? I'm starting to Sorc soon. I am. Probably in about like 20 minutes. Also, Digital, what's going on? Appreciate the follow. Alright, with your build, what's the highest tier you did? Most Heartseeker builds are sorry, I'll put it this way. Most Heartseeker variations or I guess, yeah, most Heartseeker variations or whatnot are roughly very similar. Like you're looking at like somebody might do poison trap like myself. Others might do concealment instead of poison trap. Somebody else might do flurry, combo points or whatever. Someone might choose to do 2 rubies and 3 dex in their armor. Somebody might do all rubies. Somebody else might do all dex gems. But the reality is that it's all roughly almost the same, really. Because the core is all the same. You're getting victimized. You're still mostly gearing mostly the same in terms of the stats you're looking for. So it's mostly really the same. It's pretty straightforward. With that being said, I really do not like pushing in this game. I find it unbelievably boring in terms of the fishing and the gameplay at the higher levels of it in general. Just in general, doesn't matter what the build. Okay. So I just don't really do pit pushing, honestly. I mean, the highest I've kind of sped run was like 123, I think it was, and I still consider that like a speed run because I didn't like fish or anything. Throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. Love some Outcasts. Oh yeah. One, two, three is amaze balls. I have leveled a Sorc and Necro to 100, and the early stages of Rogue were a lot harder to play. Rogue in general is usually considered like the one of the hardest, if not the hardest class to like really play. Do I only play Rogue? Well, the title says I'm gonna level a Sorc later, so I mainly play Rogue. But I do dive into like Sorc every now and then, and I'm in a Necro, and I probably won't make that mistake again. But I plan on playing Sorc and Druid as well this season. AT aliens, yeah. There is damage increase per 100 dex, right? There's damage increase even with just 1 dex technically. It's just that it's so minor that you can't actually like, you know, feel it or see it or whatever. But I mean, dex is just a stat, right? Your main stat, and it's its own bucket, so it's considered technically a multiplier within itself. That's additive with itself, and that's it. How's Uber Boss and Heartseeker build? Very good. What do I think about Poison Barrage? I think it's a lot of fun. I think close quarters combat really needs some help though. True, but no big increased damage until X amount. It's not that, Pooty. It depends on how much dex you already have. So there's diminishing returns, right? So like, let's say you only have 1 dex, right? Let's say you only have 1 dex, right? If you add 1 point of dex to 1 dexterity you have, that's a big increase, right? Because you only have 1 dex. You just doubled your value of dexterity basically by adding 1 more dex because you only have 1 dex to begin with. But if you already have, like, let's say 1,000 dex, you add 1 dex, obviously that's not going to be much, right? So it just depends on your gear and how much dex you already have, right? You have to kind of do the math for what you're rolling with, right? So for your situation, 1900 to 2k is not much. Well, I mean, 1 dex would not be worth it for if you already have 2,000 dex, right? So like, I mean, 100 dex is okay ish, I guess. I mean, you're looking at a 4 to 5% increase of damage, if that. But like, it just depends on what you're giving up. That's the question. Like, what are you sacrificing to get more dex? Like, if you can get more dex for free, then it's always worth to get more dex, right? Like, for instance, you know, like, you know, if so, yeah, there's always, like, you know, give or take, right? So like, let's say someone was like, let's say someone gives me like you know, free NFL tickets, right, to a football game, right? I'm like, well, hell yeah, you know, sure, you know, I'll do whatever. But if it means, but if that sacrifice is it's tickets to a New England Patriots game, then I have to kind of think about, is it really worth? Is my time really worth the tickets I just received? You know what I'm saying? And for me, the answer would be nah. Nah, it ain't worth. But
thank you.
I got tired of rapid fire so fast. It's not like I got tired of it. I'm just gonna wait until they actually like do a fix for it before I go back and play it. I'm about to play Sorc anyway pretty soon, so. So you're saying, Pooty, you're saying your sacrifice is a ruby? Well, I mean, that's up to you then. Because, I mean, obviously that's sacrificing health. So you have to kind of think about it for yourself. You know, are you dying a lot? Do you feel like you're never in any danger? If not, then put a dex gem in there. If you feel like you are dying quite a bit, then keep the ruby. Will they do a better fix to rapid fire? No, they're going to do a worse fix, I heard. They're purposely planning on fixing it worse. That's what I heard. They're totally thinking about it, like, you know what? It's already pretty bad now. We're going to fix it worse. I'm messing with you, man. They that sounds about right. I mean, they technically already did that this season, so but anyways, he said, what build would I recommend for you to play now? I mean, Heartseeker is like rogue build of the season, basically. And Dario's Puncture Flurry build is actually very, very good too as well. I'd probably pick one of the two. Poison Barrage is actually quite a bit of fun too. Doesn't really have the power of, let's say, Heartseeker or the Andario's Poison Flurry build. What's this event? More goblins apparently. But you have to really do Nightmare Dungeons to kind of really see more goblins. And they drop more loot apparently, like an actual treasure bag. Isn't this supposed to be like a legendary treasure bag too? I have yet to see that yet. You have to delete all your items with rapid fire, tempering, and stats. No, don't do that. Like, don't delete them. In fact, just use your rapid fire to farm for Heartseeker gear. So don't delete your rapid fire. Like, farm, get all the Heartseeker pieces you need with rapid fire, and then make the special rapid fire. And then hold on to the rapid fire pieces, because if they fix it, then you're gonna be like, oh, it's actually fun again. And then you're gonna regret actually salvaging all your rapid fire stuff. Let me know when you do Sorc, you'll carry me. I actually kind of like the whole kind of leveling process of things. Generally speaking, I wouldn't mind the carry, but considering that it's already really quickly to level as it is, I'd rather just kind of play it through. Otherwise, I won't have much to look forward to. How much would it cost you for 20 minutes at a time to look at your gear and like help you out? What are you struggling with, Heart? Ryan? Does rapid fire poison work? Not with precision, it does not, no. You don't seem to hit hard enough. Can you give me more information? To you, what is hard enough? Right? And of course, the first question I'm going to ask: are you following a guide? And if so, is it the Maxroll guide? And if you are, how closely are you following that guide? Because generally speaking, whenever I answer questions about, or anyone that feels like they aren't doing enough damage or whatever with their build, and I ask them, are you following a guide? Almost everyone will say yes, but I always guarantee there's always missing one or two elements of something, which is easy to miss because, you know, there is a lot of moving pieces. So not picking on anyone, but like there's always a couple of things missing somewhere that either they just didn't see or maybe didn't scroll down far enough into the guide to look at the, you know, alternatives or look at the why we do what we're doing, those kind of things. Sorry, your first hardcore character ever. The guy asking about the threat bug. I can't get the work, so I assume it's fixed. Yeah, they hot fixed it. Luca, what's going on? Oh, hey, I plan on doing a Sorc later. What fun build do I recommend? Honestly, I don't know, because I'm about to play Sorc myself. I don't want to play the class much, so I'm gonna go for Frozen Orb. Although I know Frozen Orb isn't like the best build. Or even close to, you know, Firebolt or whatever, but I don't care. I just like Frozen Orb in general. How am I rich? I sold a pair of like GG pants to a friend. I mean, they were absolute GG pants. I was also selling Stygian stones for 25 mil a piece. Before they got duped or whatever, or before dupe was a thing. I have done on your Paragon, done perfect, but my gear is okay. I guess I think I might not be proccing vulnerable enough. So when you say you're not proccing vulnerable enough, let me ask you a question. Do you have either of the following? Do you have a chance to make enemies vulnerable on a ring as a stat anywhere? Or do you have the accursed touch aspect? Either one of them. If you don't have either one of them, then you're definitely not proccing vulnerable enough. And that's a huge issue. Ryan. You have it? Which part? Or which one? What's the highest pit you push? None, because I have yet to push, and I don't plan on it. Can I play Heartseeker with crossbow too? Yep, I use crossbow. In fact, I prefer the crossbow. I put bow on my planner and the Maxroll planner because everyone loves bows. And I understand why. You know, it feels good because they attack faster, so it just feels good to use a bow. And I get it, but I just like the way the crossbow sounds. Heartseeker, so I go crossbow. It's the same DPS technically. Actually, no. Crossbow is slightly more DPS. We're talking about like 2 to 3%, but nothing, not enough to like make someone switch over or anything. Can you show me the 2 you need? You only need one of those, Ryan. Either chances to make enemies vulnerable. So like you see this right here on the ring, chances to make enemies vulnerable. That's that. You need either that or the aspect called accursed touch. Not both, but just one or the other. So if you don't have either one of them, that's a huge problem with you proccing vulnerable, because enemies are not vulnerable, victimize won't proc, and that is all your damage is victimize. How am I click so good? Did I play any other games where I had to do clicks like that before Diablo? Oh yeah, absolutely. I play a lot of RTS games before, like Warcraft 3, Frozen Throne. I played StarCraft 2 professionally, actually. So StarCraft 2 is a very high APM game. Play a lot of Diablo 3 as well, in which I also stutter step the same way. But all of my hand dexterity came from playing Blizzard RTSs. What's better, vulnerable damage or crit damage? Depends on the build you're playing. All damage types suck unless you're scaling it with some sort of passive or glyph or skill. So crit damage sucks unless it has a scaler. Vulnerable damage sucks unless it has a scaler. So in this case scenario with Heartseeker, victimize scales with vulnerable damage, so vulnerable damage is good, and the others are bad. Do I have the Andario build? I do not, because I do not have the Andario helmet. The game has not given me an Andario's helm, so can't play the build without. You know, I wish people put pros and cons of the different builds. We do that on the regular Maxroll guide, like not the specialized ones, which I think we probably should, honestly. We probably should put pros and cons on like the specialized guides. Actually, I don't know why we don't do that. Victimize doesn't crit, but does it scale with Heartseeker actually critting? With your initial crit damage, yes. So the initial 50% crit damage you have without crit damage on your gear is 50%, and that is multiplicative. Any crit damage you add on your gear past the initial 50% is additive to everything else, and all the other stats, which makes it bad unless it scales with something. I know there's like damage in this game can be quite confusing because this is really one of the few games in which crit damage isn't like, you know, the thing everyone seeks for, right? Because in almost every action RPG, crit chance, crit damage is like king, almost always. So whenever I say, yeah, no, crit damage sucks, it's like, wait, what? Like what? Crit damage is terrible. How? How's that even a thing? If I got 1500 vulnerable damage, can I switch weapon gems to basic against DPS where I still... It doesn't matter. It legit doesn't matter which one you tend to use. Whether you have 1400 vulnerable, 1900 vulnerable, like the difference between your basic gems and your sapphires for the most part is like legit less than 1%. I'm literally doing it just so that it looks different in my gear at the moment, not because there's an actual theoretical increase that I can feel. What is the most important top 3 stats for Heartseeker Rogue? I mean, well, lucky hit chance, vulnerable, Heartseeker projectile. I'll say Heartseeker projectile is probably the most important. Followed by lucky, vulnerable, then lucky hit, I guess. I mean, the thing is that like it's hard to rank the stats because you want all of them. It's not a, oh well, I'm gonna just take this and not that. It's like, nah, you kind of need them all. Don't we get vulnerable from exploit, or are you missing something? You're definitely missing something. I don't mean in a bad way, but you're reading the exploit glyph, right? Because we do get vulnerable from exploit. Yeah, we absolutely do. But reading the glyph says when an enemy is damaged by you, they become vulnerable for 3 seconds, right? Then there's a second sentence. This cannot happen more than once every 20 seconds per enemy. So if you're fighting something for more than 3 seconds or a boss, which obviously lasts more than 3 seconds, then you have a 17-second cooldown on your exploit glyph in which you cannot proc vulnerable. That is why we have to have a second source of vulnerable. Yeah. Sorry, I'm back. I was watching My 600-Pound Life. I've actually seen a little bit of that. It's rather interesting. Playing Heartseeker and I'm 67. Sky 100 just dropped and I know I can't temper it, but the DPS is plus 500. So you use it not over a tempered ball or bow, whatever like that. I wouldn't. Now, if you don't have the resources to temper, then sure, wear the Sky Hunter for now. But the unique affix doesn't do anything for Heartseeker because you can't proc precision. But I mean, outside of that, I mean, if you can temper it, then don't wear the Sky Hunter. It's not worth. Fist of Fate is not a good option for Heartseeker, no, because Fist of Fate is a bunch of crowd control, and we already get crowd control on gear already, right? So what does the Fist of Fate give you that would technically be better than an aspect or just more damage? Like a perfect Fist of Fate will give you 50% more damage total, right? You're gonna get that easily by just your vulnerable tempers for the most part, and an aspect. So like, it doesn't really give you anything that you already can't get. Does GA, Heartseeker, and Dark Shroud make a huge difference in this build? Dark Shroud for sure, yes, it does. But not necessarily GA. Just as long as you have the stat, it's a big difference. If you don't, if you can't get it GA or whatever, or you can't get a GA Heartseeker or GA Dark Shroud, like it's fine. You're not like you'll be fine. You're not gonna notice a big difference whether if you got a GA or not on those two. It gets important to have those two. I see. Okay, I did not have the accursed touch aspect on what should you swap it with. So let me ask you a question, Ryan. Did you have the stat though? Like, did you have the chance to make enemies vulnerable as a stat though? I guess figured because it's so much more DPS. Well, I mean, yeah, item level wise, yeah, but also when you temper, keep in mind the temper doesn't add to your DPS of the weapon. So like your chance to proc Heartseeker a couple of more times, like that doesn't add to the weapon's DPS. So the stat sheet doesn't show that. See what I'm saying? So you have to look at more than just the plus green number and seeing what you're actually gaining and losing. Oh, this song, yes, yeah. All right, we're gonna do a couple of more hits or whatever, and then we're gonna make the Sorc. We're gonna have a hard time like not knowing much of what I'm doing because I have not played Sorc this season yet. So with new itemization, so it's gonna be a fun time. Okay. So Ryan, so yeah, so that's the problem. So if I were you, Ryan, I would drop aspect of elements for a cursed touch aspect. You would notice a big difference in like your long-term fights for sure. Which is why I tend to repeat, make sure that if you're following the guide, as much as you might say, yes, I have everything in the guide perfect, make sure you double check, triple check. Because every aspect that's there is there for a particular reason, or every stat that's there is probably there for a good reason. Right? But yes, put a cursed touch on and remove elements for now until you can get that stat on the ring. Why do I prefer shared misery over concussive strikes? I have both of them. I mean, why can't you do both? Does Heartseeker project cap at 100? It does, yes. Because you're using Shaco. Have you seen my video, Shank Hunter, by chance? My shared misery video. You may or may not have. Yeah, okay. Alright, so basically I don't have Undying. So I run without Undying when I have shared misery. Vulnerable gem better or the basic gem better, sir? It's the same thing, honestly. It doesn't matter which way you go. The difference is like less than 1% damage, so it doesn't really matter. So I go back and forth between the two, just have something looking a little different in my gear, but there's no like actual tangible difference. Jaybird, what's happening, man?
That's not gonna work.
Actually took me longer than I thought it should have. God, I hate this boss. All of my cow trap duration gone. Yep, same thing again. Interiors might just fun with this build and lower end game content. Yeah, I can see that. Cow traps will still scale with duration as far as you can tell. I don't know if, I'm pretty sure that that's a bug. I'm pretty sure it's not supposed to do that. So like the damage isn't supposed to go past 45%. I am like 99% sure it's not supposed to do that. So expect that to be fixed, you know, obviously in the future. With 3 stats to be on the ring that has the percent vulnerable. Well, I mean, you kind of get whatever you can, but one of the 3 stats needs to be that on one ring. Generally speaking, I sacrifice the crit chance usually in that slot. Today was National Donut Day. I actually did not know that. I didn't even attempt to try to see, you know, get a free donut. No one told me. Are you kidding me? There you go. Krispy Kreme marketing department must be scuffed. What do I crit for? I mean, profit. I crit for my peoples, right? Also crit for my mom. She's even though I've gotten along too much growing up or whatever, but like when we got a little older, you know, we settled out stuff, you know what I mean? So I'd say I'd crit for my mom as well. You know, I crit for the wife too. So yeah, I quit for quite a few people. But if I'm going to seriously answer the question, I mean, it varies a lot. Depends on how many how many double dipping multipliers I have, whether I'm fighting a boss or not. How long my caltrops has been out. I mean, I've seen my Heartseeker crits since Victimized can't crit. So I assume you're talking about the Heartseeker. See my Heartseeker crit for as high as 23, 24 million. Not overpowered crit, but just regular yellow crit. When the conditions are alright. What Uber should you farm for a Shaco? So, oh, you mean what Uber? Okay, I mean, you got Durio or Andario. Would be your two best bets. So you think your ability is bugged? Well, here's the thing. It's definitely not bugged. It's just that it's such a rare aspect that, and it has such a wide margin of stuff, like a wide damage margin or whatever. So like the stat roll is large. So not only is it rare, super rare, it's also very, very large in terms of like the range of the stat roll. So chances of you getting a perfect adaptability is going to take a while. Like a while. Would there be a downside to go to a crossbow with GA life dex over a base bow with no GAs? I mean, that's up to you. Generally speaking, it doesn't matter what weapon you use. Like, bow isn't better than the crossbow. Crossbow isn't better than bow. It's just a preference type thing. Many people like bow because it just feels good with the, you know, to attack faster, and also that helps with defense a bit sometimes because Undying and Umbras procs more often because you're attack faster, but you're not necessarily dealing more damage than a crossbow is. And vice versa. Like, crossbow will hit harder, so you'll see bigger numbers, but obviously you don't attack as fast as a bow. So you just kind of have to, it's really just a preference. For me, it comes down to how does Heartseeker sound versus how does the actual weapon look, right? Bows look way cooler than crossbows, right? But in my opinion, the Heartseeker sounds way cooler than like on a crossbow than on a bow. So I go with the crossbow because I like the way it sounds. That is literally the only thing that matters for me. Because the damage difference is, well, next to zero. Legolas OP. Okay. I'm feeling that. SVG. I'm feeling that. I can understand that. Didn't know they had different sound. Oh yeah, they do sound different. Like on a crossbow, the Heartseeker sounds like a lot chunkier. So like it makes it sound like you're actually hitting hard because the sound effect is different when it's being casted. Whereas with the bow, it just literally sounds like you're shooting a toothpick through the air. The bow looks cool as hell. It just doesn't really sound like it's, you know, has any impact. So you gotta take the good with the bad on each weapon. You know what I mean? Is there any skill you could substitute with Flurry to make anti-poison like pen shot? No, because all of your damage from Andario's is coming from Andario being able to proc Andario's helm as much as you can. The Flurry isn't doing anything other than just spreading vulnerable and adding attack speed. So it's not there for the damage. But nah, I mean, pen shot isn't gonna. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could do it for better proc, I guess, maybe. I don't know. You might can do it that way, but then you lose a bit of attack speed, which is making your which your puncture needs to continue to get all the procs from Andy. So I mean, probably not.
I'm not ready yet.
Ugh, that hurt. Oof, what? Time for Blaze Shift build? If only I could, man. I tried. I actually tried on stream, man. I literally called it Shank Rogue. And I was having a lot of fun with it, but just could not find a way to survive. Why specifically 105 pit runs, why not 100? Because 100 isn't challenging enough for speeds anymore. Like 100 would be more efficient for sure. Or a little more efficient, obviously, but I'm also gonna end up falling asleep because like things are dying too fast in like 100s. So 105 gives me enough of a oh crap, I have to actually pay attention a little bit now type thing. Ultimately, I mean, I like efficiency, but ultimately I play the game for the gameplay. So if the gameplay isn't rewarding or feels somewhat slightly challenging, then I will get bored quickly. What about the crowd control aspect spread for Blaze Shift? I mean, I do that for Blaze Shift too as well. The problem is defense. So think about it. Think about the Umbrus aspect. Okay, you cannot use Umbrus with Blaze Shift because Umbrus only works with marksman skills, and Umbrus is technically all of your defense on road. So you can put Dark Shroud on your bar, but it has such a long cooldown. So the moment that your Dark Shroud drops, you're dead. Whereas with a marksman skill, you get Umbrus all the time, or you get Dark Shroud all the time through Umbrus because you're proccing it all the time. That's the difference. Trust me, I tried everything. Everything. Alright, we're gonna do one more. And then sort time. Do we know when pass drops? No idea. The spamming attack versus holding help? No, it's the same thing. Like it's the same attack speed. I think you just have to have gold, man. Who is it? Say, can you break an enchant? No, you cannot. Is there a secret to rolling chance to vulnerable? No. I guess it's a rare stat. Like super rare stat. Right, but if they're a perma CC, that's your defense. Yeah, but you also have to understand that like all it takes is for you to get hit once. Like that, for example, perfect example. I didn't even have Dark Shroud up yet. I got hit by a poison thing and I'm just dead. Like I said, if you were here during my stream watching me play Blaze Shift, I think you have a better understanding of why I was having such a hard time with it. Theoretically, yes, share misery should help, but you have to hit things enough times to CC them, right? Which means you have to get in close range. So they're gonna hit you before you CC everything, and then Dark Shroud is off. And then what do? Right? Hope that every mob is CC before, and then they die in the CC. Otherwise, if they wake up and you still don't have Dark Shroud, you're dead. So like it's, yeah. Yeah, I was. You play yourself as a pain. Well, yeah. So you know exactly what I'm talking about then. If I could have made, if I could have found a way to make defense work without losing too much offense, I totally would have made a build video guide about it already, like last week. I even had like the assets and stuff for what I was gonna do, because I thought it was gonna work out. Are you kidding me? I thought it was gonna work out, but it didn't. Can you find the Goblins in pit now? Using Shaco now? I use Shaco most of the time. What's the aspect that helps with lucky hit and vulnerable? That helps with lucky hit and vulnerable. Aspect that helps with lucky hit and vulnerable? I don't know the aspect that does both. Applying vulnerable. Okay, a curse touch. Is Shaco best to slap a Heartseeker? I mean, yeah. But God Slayer is really good, and so is a regular legendary helm with lucky hit chance. What Shaco is good at is giving you a lot of defense via more Dark Shroud ranks. It's not like a big offensive upgrade as much as it is a defensive upgrade. The plus 4 skills alone. So keep in mind, skill ranks have diminishing returns, just like everything in the game. So the more skill ranks you have, the less each point actually like matters. So if you already got like skill ranks, let's say you got skill ranks on your pants or whatever, right? Then that means the skill ranks on your Shaco is actually worth a little less than it would have been had you not have Heartseeker or plus the Heartseeker on your pants. We're gonna do one more after this, by the way. I'm not gonna end off on me like taking a shot to the face to start. What's more important on a bow? Plus 700 DPS or a chance to fire 2 Heartseekers. So at this point, Crisco, I'll make it easier for you. Since you're leveling, right? I assume you're still leveling, right? I will focus on trying to get to 100 than to try to like look for upgrades on the way of leveling, because you're gonna replace that so quickly that the time that you're spend trying to figure out which is better, you could have gained like 5 or 6 or 7 levels by then, and then there you are replacing it again, and then replacing it again, and replacing it again, kind of sort of thing, right? Having the important aspects is definitely like it's like the important thing. Like Moonrise and adaptability, you could pretty much do Holy Bolt Elixir farming in Helltide for the most part, and Nightmare Dungeons, and like be able to clear it just fine, even with a pretty mediocre bow. The idea is to try to get to 100 ASAP, so you don't have to worry about replacing your gear all like often and often kind of thing. You're struggling on damage. It's probably because you don't have the right aspects. Keep in mind, Heartseeker isn't necessarily like a leveling build, so you're trying to play Heartseeker early. So it ain't really the bow. It's probably either you don't have access to consistent vulnerable right now, for one, or two, you don't have the basic attack aspects that are really strong that makes the build shine. Yeah, so a cursed touch then. You'll need to have a cursed touch somewhere. Wow, I am playing horribly right now. It's 55% lucky hit enough. Is that what the guide said that you're following on Maxroll? Chris, what's going on? Oh, my gear's broken. All right. Well, that explains a lot. Oh, I'm actually still doing fine even with my broken gear. What happened the first time around? It's weird. Really, dude? This boss. We'll grab that. Current song. I don't have that command because it's actually kind of hard to implement it on Twitch, honestly. Every time I try, Spotify kind of like just doesn't really allow me to do the thing for whatever reason. It's called Symphony by Timbaland.
Yo,
Playing it with the raid.
We just got raided, son. You know how we do. Drop
What's
my
going
new
on?
beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
Playing with the Ray, how's it going? What were you doing today?
I raided my
by the way,
stream with 494
it's almost best for
viewers.
aspect upgrading. Yes, that and of course just Helltide anything. Sorry, I'm trying to answer another question. You said I got 1500% vulnerable with 40% attack and crit, but I'm not seeing huge crit vulnerable damage. Well, make sure that you're using your combinations, like your cow traps and your smoke grenades and stuff like that. Like all those are important to get your double dipping, as well as having the correct glyphs and things leveled. That's where most of your huge damage comes from. What have I been up to? Still kind of mostly a potato. I'm on week 5 of my double hernia surgery recovery, and I still can't do much. So that's been kind of frustrating. But other than that, just roguing. I'm about to make a Sorc tonight, so that's gonna be quite fun. See, I rogue crit temper meta. Boy, that always catches me off guard every time. I messed up. That's okay. Have you not been a follower? I don't know. Sometimes there's been creators that I know I followed, and then for whatever strange reason, I go back to them later, and it's like, wait a minute, I'm pretty sure I followed you. Like, what happened? The poison damage from Mandarios, is that buffed by dexterity? Yes, it is. Dexterity as well as flat damage. It's a proc effect. So your main attribute does buff things like that. Diablo looks amazing. Heartseeker is I like when I wrote it on Maxroll, like I didn't think it was like I figured it was gonna be good. They're like 30 crap wise, but I didn't think it was gonna end up being like this good. So quite the pleasant surprise there. Appreciate the follows. Yeah.
I need more time.
Event still bug? I don't think so. I think they put out a hotfix earlier. You gotta love those eyeballs. Gotta love those eyeballs. Why doesn't anyone talk in the game? I don't know. Like, you mean like the NPCs or whatnot? Or like the people who are running around in town? Do what to do with the items with failed tempers, salvage? I mean, if you don't think you can use it, then yeah. I mean, if you're a rogue, it's pretty much a salvage. Rogue tempers are very weird in the sense that like there's only one good option in like every temper manual, and that's it. And if you don't get it, there's no using that item for anything else. Like if you're playing a necro, you actually have more usable temper options, but on a rogue, you no. So do I ever do duos? I generally play mostly solo. Very rarely do I do duos, and if I do, it's like with a good friend of mine or something. Like Zario might jump in, and we'll do some duos or whatever. But we, the way that we play, in a sense, our styles just kind of just like really fit. So it just looks really cool playing duo. But a lot of times I don't play in groups because as a content creator who actually likes to like read every question possible in chat, I don't like making people wait. So it's like right now, like I'm looking back at both chats, my YouTube chat, my Twitch chat or whatever, and I'm like looking at that. And so if I'm in a group, they have to wait for me because here I am trying to do the content creator thing, and they're just like, "Yo, dude, we're ready to play." And so like I don't really like being a inconvenience to my group like that. Say you should group with your viewers. Well, generally speaking, when I was I would do that sometimes, like in Diablo 3, or if I was doing like some boss runs or whatever, it kind of makes sense to do so. But if I group with viewers, I would never play solo again, because I don't think I would ever have time to play solo anymore. If that makes sense. Because I actually do like playing solo, but the moment I open it up, I'll probably have maybe 100 or so people that want to line up and play. And then if I don't get to them that day, they might feel bad because I didn't get a chance to play with them, and then rinse and repeat or whatever. So I tend to not open up that rabbit hole for the most part. Not that I don't want to play with viewers, it's just more of like, I won't be able to get to everyone. It's almost like this. It's almost like, I'll put it this way. I don't know how old you guys are, but like, let's say you bring a pack of gum to class, right? Like in school, right? You got like 6 pieces, right? 6 pieces. So you open up a pack of gum, you give your friend one. Not everybody else want one, right? It's like, oh, well, I want some gum too. And it's like, well, I only got like 2 left. And then like you give that person the gum. Oh yeah, what about me? We're cool, right? We hang out at lunch, right? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like now you feel bad because you can't get everybody like a pack of gum, or like a pack of gum, but a stick of gum or whatever. So usually you'll just say, no, I don't have any more, even though you're not telling the truth. He's like, oh no, that's my last piece, right? Because you don't want to feel bad about not giving everyone else gum. But yeah, that's kind of where that is. So those 2 reasonings, basically. I don't want to hold people back because I'm like answering questions a lot and I'm stopping a lot in my content. And I also don't want to leave anyone out. Oh, you're gonna add. You got to build that were prop better RNG to get Stygian stones. Oh man, if only. Damage over time scale better with Andarios. Well, if you're talking about an Andarios build, I'm pretty sure you can take a look at what Exario is doing. He has a whole video guide, so you just do pretty much exactly what he tells you to do, stats wise and everything. So if the stats not listed, there is probably a good reason why. Endo, appreciate the sub. Sorry about the ads there. Also but Dockside, you have 7,000 pieces of gum. Chris with the sub too as well. Thank you. Also, welcome back, by the way. I remember you rated. You rated me yesterday. Yeah. You say you take this seriously in a sense. It's kind of weird because like the funny thing about it is that I really don't. I'm much more of a casual than people think I am, because they look at my gameplay and I make builds on Maxroll and all that kind of thing. It's like, oh, he's like a super pro XY. And I'm really not even that. Like, I don't really farm efficiently. I kind of do the builds I want to play, not because they're meta. Because Heartseeker just happened to become meta. I didn't think it was going to be meta when I put on Maxroll. So like, I'm way more of a casual than anything. Like, I don't push pits. I find them boring. I don't really care about the ranks or the level of that in a sense. I just come on, kill stuff, talk to you guys, and going about my business, right? I'm not like the ultra min-maxer or anything. Don't get me wrong, I like getting stronger, but I'm not gonna obsess about a +1 to a skill rank and spend 700 million gold for it or something. Like you say, it ain't worth. Like, there's no tangible benefit other than the fact that the number is like a slightly higher. Those kind of things, yeah. Like I do play to get stronger, but because it's an action RPG, eventually that's what's gonna happen eventually, anyways. But yeah. Now, when you say Coffee Master, what build are you playing? Because Coffee Master sounds more like minions to me. Could be wrong. It's your own build? Why not make a YouTube video? If you got something unique no one else is doing. You don't have to show off on stream, man. Make a YouTube video. Get yourself some followers. Those kind of things. Do I have a build guide on this? Yes, I do. If you're on YouTube, you look under the description of the video or of the live stream you're watching. I have that build in, or I have this build in the description. Sorry. So you were on Elena's stream 24/7. I'm sure you can. When you play on your own, all you got to do is pick a recording software, right? And just hit record while you do what you normally do, and then upload the build on YouTube. You can clickbait a little bit if you want. New super cool Necro, Comfy Necro, Ultra Blaster setup build. Most OP, etc. Right? See, there you go. Do all that, and yeah. I'm just saying, if you want to show off your stuff, I mean, I'm just kind of giving you the avenue to do that. But Elena is awesome. By the way, I don't know why I don't have her as a VIP. Let me go fix that real quick. I lurk there actually quite a bit. I just don't say much because I'm usually working on something. So she's like on my second monitor, like while I'm listening in. Okay, sweet. Is it the D4 planner or the Maxroll one? It's the same thing. Like that planner is the Maxroll planner or the planner I do for Maxroll. I haven't heard this song in a while. This is back when like Mariah Carey was like everyone's like crush, and then she became who she is today, and we're just like, why'd you do that? It's like, why, Mariah? Why? We loved you so much. Play zoomed in. All right. So we gotta play zoomed in. Oh god. So in real life, she's a weirdo. Well, to be fair, are there any quote unquote normal musicians? As a musician myself who teaches music for a living, I would consider myself not normal as well. But no genius musician is normal. But I know what you meant to say though. Like I know what you meant when you said what you said though about Mariah Carey. Like I totally get it, and I absolutely agree. But yeah, bro, I'm like guessing where the enemies are because I literally can't see where they are. The song takes you back to high school. Okay, where are they? Oh. Are there normal people in general? That's the thing. What is normal, right? What is the standard for being normal? I don't think there's a such thing as normal, right? Because normal would be considered perfect, right? In a sense, like normal as in like no diseases, no like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what exactly is the model of normal, and who is normal? Who is that normal, right? And in my opinion, since everyone kind of has their own quirks, if everybody was normal, normal would be boring, right? And therefore, normal would be overrated.
I'm not ready yet.
Normal is not normal, exactly. Exactly, 100%. This is intense, yeah. This is actually very difficult to do because I have no idea what's in front of me. So I'm like walking right up to the face of like the elite. I'm like, oh yeah, hi there, and they're just like, hi, what's going on? Especially like snakes or whatever, man. Oh, yeah, okay, they got me. Yeah. Alright, let's go back. Prime Nas versus Prime Wayne. I'm gonna have to go with Nas on that one, but I mean, Wayne, Lil Wayne. They're just something that Lil Wayne would never be able to achieve versus what Nas did, especially like with Nas's first album. Like you just can't. You just can't. Like Prime Wayne versus Prime Nas. I don't know, bro. Yeah. Anyone who's been a while for a while would almost say Nas, basically. If you haven't heard Nas, you know, back in the early 90s or like that, then you probably would say Wayne, and I can probably understand that because you probably only listen to like maybe like the more recent Nas stuff that's going on right now, or most recent Nas catalog, or maybe like the mid 2000s Nas or whatever, which at that point I will give it to Wayne. But if you were listening to Nas like in the 90s, man, then you would know it's Nas. I mean, you can't I don't know, man. I like Wayne though, I really do. The funny thing about it is that I don't understand. Well, I'm not gonna go that far, but like I don't understand how we got to this whole big three conversation, or not big three conversation, but this whole like big three, quote unquote, Drake, Kendrick, Cole or whatever, and we're not even talking about like Wayne, we're not even talking about like like those who are still out there doing their thing. Like how you gonna sit there and call them like the big three, and like Wayne ain't in that, and he's still making music. Like, bruh, how are we still talking about that and not still making music? Like, what? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna just leave that alone. And this isn't a shot at Cole or Drake or Kendrick or whatnot. It just is. Crisco with the get the stuff the cube. He said, "Thanks for all the help. I'll have more questions." All good, man. Do you have a problem running low on angel breaths? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. For sure. Watching your stuff tutorial from 11 years ago, it's hard as. But Cody, I actually still play that exact same way still. Like, I stutter step the exact same way. I have not changed how I do it. It's legit the same. Which is crazy. Finally, your eyes can breathe. Is it Zoom challenge or something? Yeah, it was zoomed in. So like on Twitch, you can redeem certain things, like make me play with with my Thug Life glasses on. You can make me play with zoomed in. And Diablo 3 I had other challenges, like, you know, play without Dawn on a Demon Hunter, which was actually hard at the time to do. Some other stuff like that. What kind of music do I teach? Well, it's school, like high school. So like you think of like your like band, music theory, jazz band, marching band, those kind of things. But I focus more so on percussion, or I'm the percussion director. So I deal mainly with the percussion kids. So like the after school programs, like indoor percussion, like that's a lot of fun. I like doing that a lot. Haven't done that in like some years, ever since COVID has ended, but yeah. See, play with the light glasses on. There's that redeem. All right. Is crossbow better to use than bow and Heartseeker build? They're the same. Crossbow hits harder, bow attacks faster, but you end up with the same damage per second. It's just how do you want to do it? All right, so this be my last round of Rogue, and then we're making the Sorc, I promise. Drumline, yeah. I say percussion, but I mean drumline is part of percussion. Yeah, sure. Are you on console, not PC, bro? Well, it doesn't matter. The game is crossplay, right? So. All right. Why use crossbow? Because I like the way it sounds versus a bow. Literally, that is it. Pushing tonight, I don't do pit pushing. I find that gameplay and fishing incredibly boring. I'm not about to sit here and spend 4 to 6 hours finding the right boss to kill. How's it been? Not bad. Still in recovery, but not bad. Just found a duo DG crossbow, duo GA max life, 120 vulnerable. Nice, not bad. Yeah, in terms of crossbow and like bow, whatever. Honestly, I mean, it's similar DPS. You either hit harder or you attack faster. It's kind of really it. But lots of people like the bow. They like attacking faster. So I put that on the planner because that's what people like. And I'm not about to be the only person to roll with the planner with the crossbow and having 50 people DM me a day as of why I have a crossbow versus a bow on my planner. So I just get the people what they want, but I play crossbow personally. Wow, the loot goblins dodge your Heartseeker arrows like Neo. You noticed that too? I've had some issues with that too. Enjoy that brick, my dude. We're already calling it into existence, man. Are the skins from the event gonna stay or are they permanent? I would assume the skins would be permanent. I would think so. I'm not 100% certain on that. Why don't just put crossbow or bow your preference? Because you can't do that on the planner. The planner the planner itself, you can only have one weapon at a time. You can't put both weapons in the planner. Right, so you have to kind of go one or the other. I do explain in the facts section, you know, the difference between a crossbow and bow and like why does it matter. But honestly, people don't read down that far in the guide. So,
Yo,
yeah.
Dark Side, we just got
Shady
raided,
Demon,
son.
what's up, man?
You know how we
Raid.
do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers.
Sheezy out. Shade Demon with the raid, appreciate you, man.
Shady Demon raided my stream with 11 views.
How's it going, man? You brick your bow? Your crossbow? Sorry, man. Sorry to hear. You should see when I roll for gear or when I temper gear. I already come in with the mindset that like all of my items are gonna break. Like I already come with the mindset that I'm gonna build me a neighborhood with all the bricks, and usually it happens. Usually I have enough bricks to, prop up a few townhomes and whatnot. Usually per build I try to play. So. Should run Docs at level 1 Sorc on Torment Duriel. Yeah, man. Critical. Love the name. Amulet of Adaptability, Malice, and Exploits. How do I need to grind? How did I need to grind Torment's God roll for sure? I mean those aren't like, obviously that's like the end game amulet for the most part. If you don't get it, it's okay. Like there are other stats you can get again in the same Maxroll guide I mentioned underneath the facts section. Backup stats or other stats you can get in an amulet. That's actually okay. But I mean, if you don't get that, then, obviously it's hard. How fast do you clear like 101 pit? I usually farm 105s in about 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes. That's like my comfort pit where it's like just hard enough to keep me interested and not bored. But fast enough to still be considered like a speed farming. The real fallacy with, wait a minute, 10 gifted subs. Word, man, appreciate you. $1 billion. All right, guys, we're gonna it's time to make a sword. We're doing it. We're doing it. I have to delete this character. Type F in chat for the character name FFF. Or Triple Forte if you're a musician. Or Fortissimo is the proper term for it. Fortissimo. Yeah. Yeah, there. Yeah, Catherine got it. Yeah, see. Trying to end Darius Andy's puncture, flurry, poison build is pretty nice, but I feel like Heartseeker might be better for speed. Army Piss. I mean, slightly it is, but I mean, considering that like you come like a build like that is coming out of the like woodworks or whatever, you know, from Azar like that, to be able to like create something that's even remotely close to something like Heartseeker is actually like very, very impressive. The question on the Paragon, you have the Heartseeker guy. Why do I take the Magic 7 strength node next to the WoW's rare on the cheap shot instead of picking up another 5 decks for physical damage? Honestly, I don't know. Let me I think I know what you're talking about, but let me go back in the game and check. I assume you're talking about this board, right? There's Devious as WoW's. So you mean like remove that point? Okay, yeah. Actually, yeah, I don't know why I have it there. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. I do not know why I have it there. I don't need it to be there. So yeah, no, I can just remove it. Yeah, I legit don't know why it's there, but good luck though. In fact, I guess what I can do now is just go ahead and just make that adjustment like right now. Where's my whatchamacallit? I guess my mind thought that I needed that magic node to be able to connect to the rare node. So that's probably what it was. I guess now where do I want to put that actual point on the whatchamacallit? I already got the whatchamacallit, so there and there. Easy to get strength with needed with shakos. Oh yeah, of course. Well, actually, to be honest with you, I don't think I ever had the poison resilience though. Honestly, like I've never really had it on like the regular whatchamacallit. And I was still able to cap resistances. But yeah. I see what I did. Okay, because I don't run that same. There's one glyph I don't run that's the same anymore. Who was that? Appreciate the follow. So my personal Paragon board is like slightly different. You can just put a point right there and just leave it that way. Leave it that way. All right, I just hit the update button. That's fine. All right, hopping on the Sorc, doing it. You can also pull up the Maxroll guide for it. I do plan on YOLOing a little bit, but there are some things I know I like. I have to. And I want to make sure I got it. So let's go to build guides, Sorcerer. Really isn't like a Frozen Orb leveling guide, so I guess we're gonna have to like win. There's an end game, so unstable currents. Oh, there's no Hydra in this. Yeah. All right. Well, making a new character. It's happening. It is happening. Is Heartseeker Rogue a difficult build to play for new Rogue? Actually, are you a newcomer? No, not really. Yeah, but you're not forced into poison rings. Only one cold. That's also true. But I guess it's easier to cap poison anyways with just taking like the magic nodes around the rare poison nodes, because you do have 2 that you're taking. So that's easier to cap, honestly, without. Actually, wait a minute, let's back up. Yeah. Go finalize. Character. She Oxide. That kind of gets to the point, right? All right. Seasonal. Wait, hold up. Skip campaign. Huh? What am I doing in character creation screen? I know I am making what kind of build I'm going for. I'm gonna eventually go with well, Frozen Orb. So we'll do that for now. That for now. I'm gonna take teleport at the very minimum. Alright, so you should name her Nas.
Can you feel it, tortured souls?
Okay, so it's actually been a while since I leveled, so all of my consumables are on my I'm on my rogue. Crap. I can't use any of these elixirs anyway. Like for real? What can I use? Wait, let's go to Alchemist. Well, I guess I got the money to do that. Oh wait, I don't have the level yet. Craft elixirs. Can I? Oh, I gotta be level 50 for it. Okay, well, never mind. Seasonal elixirs. 50. Okay, these are required level 10. All right. I can do the quest one though, right? No, I can't. It's 35. Oh, it says 35 on the thing. All right, so I guess Helltide. Come. Oh, I got 7 minutes left here for that. Do we go south? Yeah, let's go this way. What makes our vulnerable damage go up outside of town? Just curious. Well, there are quite a few stats that don't show up when we're in town, but does when we're out, when we're in the open world. As far as why, I don't know why. Oh man, good luck. Sorc is hurting this season unless you Frozen Orb, FO or Infinite Flame Shield. I have no intent on going Infinite Flame Shield. If I yeah, that to me that's quite boring. We'll figure something else out. Lexi is a godlike Sorc, and he's saying I don't have to go that route, so I'm not gonna go that route. Don't forget the cheer to dues. Oh yeah, I forgot. I really did forget. Why what? For Sorc build, I'm gonna go with Frozen Orb. Frozen Orb is like my favorite Sorc skill in general, so. Or was just to do an in-game level Heartseeker, got decent gear, beat Pit 100, every real boss, anything else to do? Am I supposed to just start a new character? Up to you, man. The whole point of action RPG is to just keep getting stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. So, have you masterworked everything? Have you gotten all the as many GA items as you possibly can? Like that's kind of hard to do. At that point, it really is kind of min-maxing. If you're not into min-maxing, then for sure probably just make a new character, to be honest. Wow, I already got 3 legendary items already? Okay. Take that. We'll do that. I'll take that. We're making Darkside great again. Do.
I need time to do that.
Heard Nas gonna go full force on M's new album. I'm just kind of happy to see them, like, you know, collaborating in general at all. Like, in general. Like, Nas, for whatever reason, didn't really too much care for him for a while. And we just take, like, you know, pot shots at him every now and then. I'm just like, bro, man, why? Leave him alone. How hard is it to roll 2 exploit when you got +1 exploit? It's just as hard as it was to get your +1 exploit. It's just RNG.
I need time.
Loot it, I know, right? Welcome to Atlanta. Man, I should have saved some brains. Can I consume a brain in World Tier 2 or no?
I'm out of mana.
I might need to go get some brains from my rogue.
Low on precious mana.
Is it tier 3 plus?
I'm not ready yet. I'm out of mana.
You hit +6 frigid finesse and master working. Is that okay? No, that's awful. Like that's terrible. You got +6 on the really good passive. Nah, man, that's yeah, you should totally like find a way to like unbound that and just like let me have it because it's like that bad. No one has to know. You know what I'm saying? No one has to know. Yeah, man. I'll take good care of it for you. Don't worry. Get back here. Get the goblin. Get the goblin. Go. Go. Yay. Alright, we probably got like a couple of rings, I guess. The better thing. Wait a minute. Yeah, we'll switch there. The temper. Bag. Legendary staff, okay. Ice shards one, but not ice shards. Yeah, it is ice shards. Let's go this way. Rob Fowl, he said, just want to say thanks for your guys' season. Oh man, yeah, man, you're welcome. Yeah, I'm not a fan of a class that doesn't have to kite. I'm kind of the same way. That's why my classes I'm choosing this season is based on the ability to be able to finesse the build per se. Like you can finesse Frozen Orb a bit. This day in, the goblin population is at an all-time low. Alright, we're going back to town. Oh, the music. This is music that you grew up on? Wait, you got a 110, Peacha? Oh, 109 with your grenades. That's actually really impressive. I didn't even think that was possible, to be honest with you. Teleport is considered a defensive skill, isn't it?
The forge is ready. Come back if you need the forge.
Okay, so I got a lot of obols, but I guess I'm gonna save them for later. Let's see. Max that out real quick. You already know I'm gonna take glass cannon. Y'all knew that already. I'm gonna go from here. I think I actually might use Hydras for just for leveling. Sure, why not? Get that there, and then I don't have any enchantment yet, so I can't really do anything with any of these. Don't care for anything barrier related, so we're gonna just we'll do for now. Guess we'll just wait for Helltide, right? I guess in the meantime, is there any dungeons I actually really want to go for at the moment for? But yeah, I guess I wouldn't have any of my stuff anyways, would I? And this doesn't have a dungeon connected to it. Just like we're just gonna just play. Meantime, let's go here. Which hit level 20, don't forget to buy armor caches from now in aspects. True. What's your opinion on Heartseeker? Double couch out duration, no one duration, one size on the weapons. Honestly, you don't really need double duration unless you're pushing. So if you have no intent on pushing, I think one size and one duration is fine. Or you can go double duration and then go snare glyph instead of ranger glyph, and you'll get similar effect. That's actually what I'm doing currently.
Steady yourself, Pop.
Am I doing all this solo?
So breathe.
Probably.
Breathe, Iron Wolves. This day is won. Breathe, and Caldium lives on in your breath.
Barrage roll, dex and crit damage are king, right? Attack power is useless. Don't follow that. It's bait. Basically, you want crit damage. That's why they farm Pain Gorgers. I don't know if it's like a loot specific drop, like one that you get from bosses or whatever. So I'm actually not quite sure. Might be a 0 item or something like that. Found the missing caravan. No, what? No, we're gonna go into the Helltide. I got you, Killer Mom. I appreciate you. Restoration Mastery will be your best friend with Frozen Orb. Oh yeah, of course. That's also not in the dungeon either, so it's gonna be one of those things where yeah, I don't think that's in the dungeon, is it? Ow. Where's the whatchamacallit around here?
I need time to prepare.
How's it going today? Not bad. I mean, a little bit more a little pain today. I had to actually take some meds. But other than that, not too bad. Oh, you turn into a goblin. Nice. Hey, you get back here. Where? I don't even know where this at. Sure, I'll take it. Oh crap! I forgot my freaking focus is gone. That's okay.
I'm not ready yet.
I should back do it from carrying the Diablo stream scene. Totally doubt I'm doing that by any means. However, it does get to a point in the season where like I'm like considered like the late night streamer, I guess, at some point. But that's like when the big names are like asleep and not playing as much.
I'm out of mana. I'm not ready yet.
Micah, what's going on? Wait, there's a goblin. Where'd it go? No, 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 goblin, where'd it go? He left a long trail. He's gone though, isn't he? Yeah, he's gone.
I'm out of mana.
Forever, forever, ever, forever, ever. Scoundrel Kiss fixes coming mid-season update, which is coming sooner than we think. The mid-season update is coming faster than or quicker than mid-season, is what that's indicating.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, okay. That's I guess that's good news.
I need time to prepare.
Where's all these goblins come from that like I never saw? They just I got another event here. You are a big name, my man. I don't know. Like, my name is probably a name that you may have heard of, right? Or you might have you may oh, that name sounds familiar, but I am not a brand name at all yet. And I don't think I'll ever be considering that. Like, what I do is more so niche. I can't really make generalized content because that's not what people really want to see from me. So like my stuff is kind of pretty pigeonholed into like rogue guides or know, maybe a bug or something on the road per se. If I make generalized D3 or D4 content about like, you know, maybe patch changes or whatnot, like my audience isn't really into it. I look like a Darren. I can see that actually. Is that you do you, man? It's enough. Because there's never told a lie. So I wonder if we're getting a mid-season update quicker than we think is coming, then does that mean that does that mean a PTR for season 5? Because there's no like, there's nothing about them or nothing them saying about a. I say that because it's like, if season is supposed to end like in August, right? And we got a mid-season update coming in pretty soon, then why would they push that so like early or early-ish? Unless there's something happening towards the back end of the season.
I'm not ready yet.
Don't get me wrong, I would love a PTR for season 5. PT, appreciate the follow. That or they have to push it early to make announcements about the next expansion. There's also that too. Oh yeah, I gotta get my my specialization or whatever you wanna call it. My enchantment.
I need time to
Yeah, let's go do that.
I lack the needed mana.
That. Shock finesse. I'm surprised to hear any Little Brother on your playlist. Really? Nah, you can't be. You can't be surprised. It all starts somewhere, and 7K plus subs. You're right in the base of the mountain, man. I mean, I did gain like I think this season I gained like 2,000 subs, somewhere in that range. So I was at like sitting at 5K for a while actually, or what it feels like it's been a while. So I gotta get another whatchamacallit, don't I? JC is accelerating. So this has been a great season, but I do have to chalk it up to the fact that Heartseeker ended up being meta, and the fact that I was the one that kind of like put it out there in the open like rather quickly, before many others did. Because I mean, there were some people who were theorycrafting, like Boa was actually ahead of me in terms of like the theorycraft, because he already had his planner together while I was still kind of in the phase of like putting things together in a sense. So there were definitely some rogues that were thinking about it, but the fact that I was able to actually put it on such a massive platform like Maxroll like 2 weeks before it came out, and the theory actually worked out, and its meta kind of sort of put me in the forefront of that, because it's like, oh well, Doxide's the author of that build on Maxroll, and it's like the most popular build. So I think that had a lot to do with a good chunk of the attention I've been getting this season. maybe on stream you can do viewer build reviews. People from chat come in and you expect them. I've actually been doing that for. I actually did that for a good week. Last week I haven't done it like recent, but I actually would take time to do that in general. It does get a little difficult though, because like the bigger you are, the harder it is to do reviews, because you do one review, then you're gonna have a pretty big line, and then you can't show any gameplay for a while. So those that want to see the gameplay won't be able to. So balancing that is actually quite tough. But yeah, I was doing a little bit of that for sure. That's a massive rate in that staff. Drew's gotta get some kind of buff, right? Probably, maybe. No, where'd the goblin go? Goblin, where'd you go? Oh wow. I'm just following the trail of gold to nowhere. Got Starless guys from the Blood Maiden yesterday. Yeah, I have yet to see a uber unique from just like regular farming at all. I mean, I'd most likely salvage it anyway, but point is that I have yet to see one drop from like in the open world. The gear reviews are very good though. As a new player, I learned a lot from your explanations. I tend to be thorough, and maybe that's also my fault too, because being thorough tends to take longer.
Please forgive. I'm looking unfortunate.
I'll see what I can do.
You just got Starless in the last run.
I need time to
But yeah, I'll probably open that back up soon. I just know that like I was getting some DMs about not like there'll be a time where people might come in and like they're like coming in literally on the gear review part of it. And like those gear reviews can like go for like a good hour and a half, almost 2 hours of back-to-back gear reviews. And I'm not realizing it's taking that long, because you know I'm always talking, always doing something. That can be awful for like the viewer experience, depending on if they just want to see gameplay versus me talking about someone else's gear, if that makes sense. I think I just got to get better at balancing all of that with the larger chat than I normally have. So that's at the bottom of the Maxroll guide. Is that the potions with potions? That's without potions.
I'm not ready yet.
You gotta take the TikTok viewers into account too. The conversation helps me a lot. Just hearing the topics and the exposure helps on the build review streams. Yeah, I'm gonna do more of those. I will.
I need time to prepare that.
Oh, I gotta get the thing.
I'm not ready yet.
What's the best way to find goblins? Nightmare dungeons. With the extra shrines affix on the sigil. Because if you get a grease shrine, you spawn them significantly more
I'm
often
not ready yet.
as you're attacking things. You're welcome, man.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
Actually, wait a minute. Still gotta get the codex thing somewhere. I'm sitting there doing the dungeon and not doing the whatchamacallit. Actually, wait a minute. I guess completing the dungeon is the codex, isn't it? Yeah, it is the codex. Okay.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, it's that thing.
I'm not ready yet.
Level 20. I guess I can get that thing. Was it a cache or whatever with the legendary items? I can get now. See, I need to find it. He lived both console. I guess fought her ass, filling up a stagger, but not taking anything away, anything noticeable life-wise. Yeah, that sounds
Not ready yet.
different. There we go. I might as well at least finish the dungeon. I'm already here. Allowance cash at the alchemist. Yeah. Okay.
I lack the needed mana. I cannot carry more.
There. I'm gonna go grab me something to drink real quick. I haven't gotten up and walking. I haven't gotten up and walk yet. Also, need to make sure I finish the Helltide. How much time I got left on that Helltide? Okay, 34 minutes. That's fine. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. All right. Everybody's saying welcome back. All right, so we got our specialization. I actually don't even know what I'm kind of looking for. I'm just trying to get up there. I did complete the thing. Oh, I didn't talk to the whatchamacallit yet. Okay. Like, wait a minute. Why isn't it? It's not unlocked yet. How's my night so far? Not bad. Not bad. Lucky hit Helm versus Shaco for Heartseeker build. Which should you max out? I mean, at the end of the day, you're probably going to use Shaco. So you don't see why Shaco would be best in slot. Well, I mean, the lucky hit is really good on the like regular helm, but what makes Shaco really good is the plus ranks to Dark Shroud, basically. Just Dark Shroud is really our only defense we got. Pouring, more ranks into Dark Shroud is just so good. Offensively, it's more of a side grade than an upgrade, but defensively, it's definitely an upgrade.
The elemental braziers.
Also, more health. The Shaco just rolls more health in general.
Tides of water, gales of air, hear sparks of peaks of earth, hear us. Looks like some of these pages.
The fire is lit.
No,
Is it worth to keep +4 Barrage gloves?
from context.
If you plan on playing Barrage, sure. If not, then no.
I refuse
Sure.
to let caution keep me from the secrets of this book. I've come too far. Oh, great powers of the elemental forces, guardians of the hidden gates. I call to you in the names of the divine and infernal powers that you would hear us and obey. That should do it. You have to take a firm hand with these spirits. Something is wrong. No. I think
Yay. Alright, finally. Frozen Orb, I guess, there for now. About to kill Vashad. Yeah, Grandpappy was your first drop. It was such a letdown. I remember when that was like a really well sought after item. Like last season. Natural finesse. Salvage all this shit. Yo, PD Pub. Alright, we're gonna go get the was it the cash? Ever try Andor Road? Playing it now is hella fun. I don't have an Andy's helm.
Well, you said I am not.
So definitely can't play it. I just don't have a helm. The helm to do it. Leveling item, is that what it's called? Llama's Cash, there it is. Wait, how many can you buy of these? Do I just want to buy one? At 973% victimized and counting. Like, how many do I want to craft of these? How many am I supposed to craft of these? What bit am I running? Frozen Orb, eventually. Oh yeah, I did forget about the fireball enchant. We'll craft 3. Oh, they only give you 1 each. Okay, that's why that is. Okay. I'm probably gonna need a bunch of stuff, so we're gonna just. We got. What aspects do we got? And lightning. Got ice blades. It's got that. That's actually kind of good for now. I didn't really get anything like good though. Let's say we'll cut a few more. Okay, what we got? Alright, curse. Incinerate. Huh? Moonrise. Yeah, I was looking for something that's gonna be more akin to Frozen Orb, but game doesn't want to give it to me. Simple Man, what's going on? Alright, we're gonna craft a few more. You got a small problem with the pants? What's up? We're gonna roll a 20.
Light keep you.
Congregation, sure. Got that though. Retribution there. Okay. Alright, we're not gonna spend anymore. We'll just find it in Helltide. We'll just find it in Helltide. You can't masterwork it twice in the skills. I spend like 500 mil now. It never happens. So you see there's something wrong. I mean, RNG is RNG, but I mean, I would that's a lot of gold to spend on it though. Like don't you try to reset it, or don't you reset it after the first time you don't get it, kind of thing. At least on like number 1. Yeah, I mean RNG is RNG, and it can be really rough. And right now, it just sounds like you're on the rough side of the RNG. Is there a rogue build with Doombringer? I mean, you could put Doombringer in any rogue build if you want to, but the reason why you don't see it is because Doombringer is primarily a defensive option for the most part. So, on a rogue, generally you'll be giving up a lot of damage to be able to stick Doombringer in there. And so you can, if you want to be tankier, you can, but you would definitely lose damage. But there isn't like a build that specifically works with just Doombringer kind of thing. It's just a defensive unique basically that you can stick there if you want. To me, the Sorc have a lot of multiplicatives, but tiny do non-double dipping ones. Well, technically speaking, double dipping isn't really supposed to be a thing. So, typically, sure, you could say that, but I mean, all double dipping things are going to be, you know, nerfed at some point. If you think about the piss were an ingenious way for Blizzard to get the players to bug test doubt balance for them. Very true. He said full lecture said wanna rush me? No, I'm good. I've been offered. Nah, I actually prefer to mostly play the D level experience. Oh, Boiler was gone. You feel betrayed. Druid is next. I plan on it. I really do. But it'll be Sorc for, I guess, this coming, I guess, roughly a week, roughly, and then I'll be Druid next. First chat, I feel betrayed. That hits me deep, man. That hits me deep. Can you have a question about Heartseeker? No, you cannot. You cannot have the question about Heartseeker. What's up? What's up, Shadow? What you want to ask? Do not ever question Heartseeker. What's the most important thing for Heartseeker? What makes it strong? Have you read any guides or anything, Shadow Arrow? Like, have you like looked at the Maxroll guide at all by chance? I kind of do a whole overview and everything you need to know, and even to break down the mechanics of why it works the way it does, even the double dipping, all that. You check Maxroll, tried to understand it. Okay. Well, simply put, victimized key passive. There are some multipliers in the game, in the Arsenal Rogue, or in the Rogue's Arsenal, that multiplies more than once, which is what we call double dipping. So you're actually getting two separate multipliers that actually multiply off of each other, which is giving the build, or per se rogues, some damage they aren't really supposed to have. It will still be strong without the double dipping, but the double dipping is kind of what's making it like rogue's best build at the moment.
I'm not ready yet.
Vladimir, what? I'll make a druid if you can't make it look fun. I'm probably gonna play Windshear, so there'll be a lot of stutter stepping involved too, as well. Bring back the Shred Druid.
I need time to prepare.
Where is the Shred Druid at nowadays? Or like how's it doing, boy? Shred Druid. Is there a leveling guy for Blizzard Short? I'm not sure, honestly.
I need time to prepare.
They got rid of the double dipping. It's really bad for Shred. Alright, so they got rid of the double dipping. It looks like Blizzard wanted to see where Shred would end up, but once all the double dipping was gone, and I guess it looks bad. So you just have to wait for buffs.
Ready yet.
Drew doesn't even single dip. Homeless Ray. As long as you're having fun. At the end of the day, that is all that matters. As long as you're having fun. Wait, Rogue nerf? No. None of us said that. No one said that. Double dip. Oh no, I mean Rogue has been double dipping on the victimized key passive all season. But Rogue's key passives in general have not been working right for a while. Like precision is bugged,
I need time.
victimize is bugged, close quarters combat is bugged. So you kind of can't really play a rogue without playing something that isn't working properly. No build, literally like legit, there's not a build you can really create. Oh, you said that's why I'm playing Sorc now, because rogue nerf? What's the close quarters button? It's not fully understood, but it definitely does make certain things. Like, there is double dipping with close quarters combat on certain things. I don't have the full list of what those things are, because almost no one runs close quarters combat, so no one really cares. But yeah, I mean, you got the Andarios build for close quarters combat, but yeah, that's really about it. How can you get lucky hit freeze? It's a temper. It's a temper recipe. Generally, that you get whenever you finish the Iron Wolves seasonal quest line. Mika asking the tough questions. Non-basic attack druid. I'd probably say NATO, right? Oh, Hurricane. I was wrong. So you know nothing about Boiler, it seems like. Terrible. So you started the league with Twisting Blades. It was sad. I nearly quit the league. Yeah, I'm sure Twisting Blades buffs are gonna come. Because that Twisting Blades was bugged for so long that there's only been a short time to actually see what Twisting Blades is really performing without the bugs. Wait, why is there level 56 in here? Unless she's leveling her friend. It was bugged for 2 seasons. Well, it was. If you want to include the preseason, it was bugged on launch, and it was bugged in beta, both open betas. So it was bugged for a while. TV was so good with Bob Hart. Well, everything kind of really was. Like I was killing up with Rapid Fire at the time with the Barber Heart. Needs Hurricane duration. Hell, you can have my Heartseeker duration if you want. Find a way to turn that into Hurricane duration. Also, we have Invigorating Strike duration. You can have that too. Hey amigo, am I gonna ever do the individual stat priorities for gear like the other Maxroll guys? So technically, I can't just do it. I can't just go up and add a humongous looking chart to that guide. Because if you notice, like if you click on any other specialized guys, you would know that there are no stat priority, like individual stat priorities for any of them either. It's just the way that our template is designed. So in order for that guide to have a stat priority section of that magnitude, then it has to happen on all the guides, all the specialized guides. So that has to be something that we have to talk about internally to make that happen. But yeah, the reason why it's not there is because that's just the way the template is right now. But you're not wrong though. I think for something like Heartseeker, where there are a bunch of good stats that you can take or whatnot, I think having an individual stat priority section would actually be very helpful. So I am in agreement with you, but yeah, I simply just can't just make the choice of my own and just do the thing without some definite discussions for sure.
Goodbye then.
Like I think, let's say on the Heartseeker video, I accidentally put 2 videos up there in the guide itself. And it's supposed to only be like one, that you can just like link one video or whatever. And I was trying to override the old one with a gameplay video because that was kind of more current. And I didn't realize that I added it after the old video rather than on top of the, or rather than replacing it. And Woody got on my case about it. I honestly didn't even know it was there. But I was wondering why that second video was doing as well as it was, because it was getting external views. I was like, wait a minute, this is actually popping off kind of thing. Then Woody's like, why is there 2 videos in the thing? I'm like, there is? He's like, yeah. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. So yeah.
I'm out of mana.
Ow. Oh wait, I only got 2 minutes left. I need to go grab me some chests. What sword build am I going? Frozen Orb. It's my favorite Sorc skill. Did they fix the goblins? I believe so. Can't leave the guide that I'm following. You're leveling Sorc as well. There isn't really a Sorc leveling guide. At least not on Maxroll, so I'm literally just making it up as I go. Back here.
I'm not ready yet.
Wait, no. Got the thing. Got it.
I'm not ready yet.
Water portion.
I need time.
Using elixir. Oh yeah. Well now I can. Gotta craft one. Funny enough, I like leveling this disco around D4. Definitely a better overall experience than it has been in the past. We'll say that. if I want a Isu's a level 60, 730 power fracture winter glass, let me know. They're taking a space in your chest. So you got like 800 Godslayer crowns already. Actually, I don't have a single one that I kept in terms of Godslayer crown. But if you want to give away your winter glass, like a crappy one, I don't care. I'm not looking for a good one. And the word Isu's, I will definitely take. That being said, though, give me a second. I'll be right back. Give me one sec. Gotta get up and walk around. Where's my Armageddon druid? Okay. Knifey smoothie. No, it's knifey spoony. Get that right. Alright. I'm gonna be very upfront with you guys, chat. Like, I've been getting up and walking around a bit more often than not, or more often than usual, because even after taking the ibuprofen, I'm still kind of in some weird type of pain. So I might get like maybe another 30 minutes, and maybe before I'm just gonna like lay down. World boss. 29 minutes before we're okay. That's great to say. I'm like, yeah, take care of yourself. Yeah, but I did say I was gonna play a bit today, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what is so different about today and yesterday. Really, that's been causing like more like, I don't want to call it sharp pain, but I don't know. This 800 milligrams of ibuprofen is definitely not doing it for me for whatever reason. That's odd because I haven't taken anything. Wow. You can send you some more enjoyable edible pain relief mixed with a little bit of oh man. Oh, sorry again. Wrong button. What am I doing? I'm bad at this. Well, I appreciate it. These are, when I get there, these will definitely have have some good use. Just throw this in the side. I guess that's like your Heartseeker road build at Rise. It's a lot of fun. It is. Probably one of my, I guess, better creations for Maxroll. I'll put it that way. In a while. Not saying the other ones weren't, but like this was one of those like not so obvious setups that didn't really exist in this way in PTR in a sense. So it was really cool that the theory actually ended up working out. Ooh, my favorite Helltide. But I kind of want to do that. Oh yeah, Elixir. Actually, all these are level 50, right? Oh, I can do these now. I wonder which one I should craft. Let's do momentum. Let's do a couple momentums.
Goodbye. Good luck.
You got a 1GA luck chance with lucky a vulnerable affix in this use. DPS increase. Probably because you didn't have a consistent way to like proc vulnerable before, right? Good music like always. To exploit is the only vulnerable trigger, right? Well, exploit is one, but that's not. It's you don't really rely on that so much because it only makes them vulnerable for like 3 seconds, and you got a 17-second cooldown. So you either need a chance to make enemies vulnerable on a ring or a glove, preferably a ring, or you take the accursed touch aspect.
I need time to prepare that.
Oh, I gotta return the whatchamacallit now. Really? Really, dude? Is the season mount still really weirdly slow? Well, as a rogue, I hardly ever use my mount, and usually I just use the basic mount, so I haven't noticed it. Oh, I got 2 unique rings. Okay, blue rose. Two blue roses, actually. Sure. Okay, boost with tape. How long is this this quest before I can just hell tide it? So I actually forgot. How do I investigate this again? This one was like the weird one that like I never really truly understood.
Greetings.
Forgot what I did. Does anybody like remember what to do here? I really don't remember what to do here. Oh wait. Okay, now it's time to go ahead. I did it. Okay. Yay, I did it. Rogue, wait, we have mounts. You can always do what we do for the little ones. I propose hour 0, town hall, hour 4, every 4. Yeah, I used to, so that's what I did. I alternated like that for like the first 3 weeks. Like that. And then for week 4, I kind of just dealt without any painkillers in general. And I haven't needed it. And then like for some reason today, it was just kind of like not feeling good.
I need time to prepare that.
So for anyone who listens to Dax, what happened between him and Santa? Like he's got like several songs of just him just like never really getting along with Santa Claus. I don't think I heard enough of his songs to know why. Okay. What is the thing again? Guess this was not a good time for him. Okay. Yeah, because he's got several songs where he just got absolutely like beef with like Santa Claus. Yeah, Santa Claus, like yeah. I mean the songs are lit. Don't get me wrong, but it's just like I just running like, bro, what happened? I don't remember what I'm supposed to be doing in here again. Dax is really talented. He didn't get what he asked for at Christmas. Man, it's like a dilly. What I think about the Drake and Kendrick beef? I'm the guy that like I'm on. So I'm like the instigator because like they both do better when they both are better artists when they're dissing each other. Like Drake actually raps, final, going like goes back to rapping or whatever, which is the W. Because Drake is really not a bad rapper, right? When he actually tries. Then you got Kendrick, who doesn't release often. He's very like, he releases once a millennia usually. So like for him to release music back to back to back is definitely a W. So I'm the instigator. I'm the guy that like, goes on the other person's page and is like, bro, Drake just dissed you, Kendrick. What you gonna do, man? What you gonna do? He done said this about your mama. He done did this. He done did that. What you gonna do, bro? What you gonna do? You gonna let him talk to you about that? And then once Kendrick release something, I'm gonna be on Drake page doing the same thing. Like Drake, yo, bro, how you gonna let him talk to you about that? And I'll just be instigating back and forth, just so therefore I can get more music out of both of them. So really, I don't really take a side. In my opinion, we all win. The more back and forth they go, the more the culture wins. So I don't have a side. However, I will say that I expected a better conclusion, I guess, than what we got. But it is what it is. It was fun while I was here. You think they both did on purpose to increase revenue and really just look cool behind the scenes? Just cool behind the scenes? I doubt it, but I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Considering that, I mean, what do I think of Eminem's new single? Love it, man. It's been a while since we've seen Slim. Did Dre's career is ruined? I doubt it. I think Drake's too big right now, honestly. Drake is just too big. I mean, we've had artists who basically got absolutely like destroyed. Like for instance, like Nas absolutely destroyed Jay-Z, right? But it didn't like. But at the time, Jay-Z's, it was just too big of an artist. He's like, he wasn't going anywhere. But Rav, what's going on? Is the Ancestral Awakening outweigh a bad Nightmare Dungeon for leveling glyphs? I would say no.
I'm not ready yet.
Cause I mean, Nightmare Dungeon leveling, in general. Sorry, Nightmare Dungeon glyph leveling is actually quite a bit easier than it has been in terms of like the XP, the amount of XP you get for glyphs now. Way better than what they used to be.
I'm not ready yet.
He said Drake has way too many fans for his career to be over. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm not gonna sit there and say like Kendrick's responses were really, really good, right? But to be honest with you, realistically speaking, Pusha T, there was no way that you can do a better job at coming at Drake than Pusha T did. So there really wasn't much that Kendrick can say that Pusha T hasn't already said. You know, that like really shocked us, right? And Drake didn't even respond, and nothing happened to his career, right? So like, nothing's gonna really happen here. In fact, I would almost pretty much even say that like people would even like, you know, give, I'm gonna say Drake the benefit of the doubt by any means, but the point is that he actually made an attempt this time, whereas Pusha, you know, versus Pusha T, he just never said anything.
I need time to prepare.
I'm gonna PDF out.
I'm not ready yet.
You know, you brought up Jay-Z, and as big as he was always second place to somebody else at the time. True. But I'm just saying, like, you know, when we look at, like, you know, when we look at artists, like that, or career-ending beef or whatever, like, those, like, the only way someone's career is gonna end if they're like really weren't great artists to begin with. Like, you know, you look at like was it Machine Gun Kelly, right? Like, he really wasn't much of an artist before then, and then you went after him, and you know that's it, right? But you really don't have enough of a hand in the culture, or a hand in the in the industry to kind of stay afloat to begin with. So like, he was already 1 foot in the grave before he even chose to diss him. You know what I mean? Like, education things. Nah. I really like Not Like Us though. That was I tend to like beefs that actually that you can actually bop to, which is why like towards the beginning, like I was more so feeling what Drake was putting out, not because I thought what Drake was like doing per se, or what he was saying was better or lyrically better, but it's something that I would actually listen to. Like Drop and Give Me 50 is something that I would actually listen to. You know, the first couple of things that Kendrick put out, like, you would listen only once. I mean, you'll be like, yo, that was tight, but you would never listen to it again. Like, you would never like play that actually at anywhere, you know, unlike, let's say, Ether or like No Vaseline, right? You know, those are diss tracks that like you can listen to over and over and over again, right? So Kendrick was making a point, and I get it, right? But like, I would never listen to that track more than once or twice, actually, like maybe twice or like that, and be like, all right, you know, that was good, but you know what I mean?
It is done.
So I thought Not Like Us was very important for Kendrick, because you like that is going to be listened to over and over and over again for some time. Like that ain't going nowhere. Isn't Shadow the one that's like bug right now, or is it like in the Elixir thing? I actually forgot. As much as I don't like MGK, he's still relevant. He's relevant, but he had to switch genres to remain relevant, though. Like, he ain't rapping no more. If you notice, I have a sword with 899 item power, but GA vulnerable should be swapped for a non-GA 925. If we're talking about Heartseeker, then the item level power doesn't matter. Hit him up as a banger. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, those are Those are just so hard he changed genre. I mean, he had to. I gotta start getting some more skills in my bar. I'm just like legit just. Interesting. All right, we'll take that.
I need time to do that.
Hold on. I forgot. I'm missing another enchant. What I'm gonna do? Let's do fireball. So I don't have any skill points on that. Oh, I am out the potion. You not play hardcore anymore? I wasn't playing hardcore in the first place. I most definitely do ice charge. It doubles damage passively. Talking about for enchant.
I need time to
MGK is rapping again, publicly or?
I need
We got a goblin. All right, well, we'll do.
I need time to prepare that.
To get back here. No, wrong button. Are you serious? Publicly. Robots in 5, okay. I lost the goblin because I hit the wrong button. I clicked in the whatchamacallit. Wait a minute. No, that's a different effect.
I'm not ready yet.
I guess I took your word. Don't blame me. It would be nice if the hardcore character after you die would get transferred to softcore. Yeah. I guess my connection is very not stable. I'll put it that way. It was worse back in my old place. It's a little bit better now. I'm at the same company, but I have fiber. But I still get like some questionable disconnects. I even when I was on the podcast with Woody Joe, DM and Chronix, like I disconnected in the middle of the podcast. And everybody like who know me is like, yep, well, that is why. That's why you don't see dogs that play hardcore. That is why. It's sad because like literally it was funny because DM was actually complimenting my shirt, and like I had like a still picture or a still frame because of course, you know, I disconnected, but he didn't realize I disconnected at the time. Gotta. Yeah, tough guy look before you move the emo, made him look like a clown. Talking about MGK. It was also kind of weird to see him collaborate with who was it? I can't think of his name for some reason. It's weird. Oh, Tech9. On what essentially, you know, his part was like practically a M disc kind of sort of thing. And it was like, really, Tech, you signed off on that, like for real? I still don't get anything decent here. Guess I'll just hate that and just roll with it. Is the goblin still bugged between 41 and 46? Nah, they fixed it. And timing me out. Also, Donna, appreciate the prime. I don't know if I gave it a shout out there. Should probably do the capstone pretty soon.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh man, what?
I need time to prepare that.
That bad. You just click enter the chat. It's all good. Oh, world boss. I forgot. You think anybody's gonna be able to kill it quick at this level? Maybe a minion necro. The holy blows. Guess this is the world boss, right? Alright, let's go. Were you a rogue main last season as well? I'm a rogue main every season. For the rest of D4's existence, I am a rogue main. Well, like that, I'll run. That's fine. I'll run. But thanks, yeah. But I do play off classes every now and then, but I'd say like 80% of my time is like rogue. I'm just in time. Sorry guys, I know I'm Frozen Orb on the world boss. Please forgive me. Because you're a new class? Oh man. Like I'll play a new class, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna main rogue. Still. Best way to equip it Or Helltide? Helltide. Do you think about, you said you play all classes, what do you think about becoming a Barb main?
Out of mana once again. I'm not ready yet.
Do I think a shadow imbued 7-sided strike would be dope for a class new skill? I mean, it'd be interesting to kind of see how 7-sided strike would work, kind of, sort of. Like, I wonder what animation they would actually like do for it. I play a Rapid Fire, but Heartseeker build is OP right now. I mean, I would say Heartseeker is the best rogue build currently. But Rapid Fire is not bad. It's just feels pretty awful to play in general. Like the trajectory with the ring, just kind of weird. You say, "Holy shit, the world boss has mechanics." I know, right? Hey, there's another Sorc with frozen balls. You're just bringing a ninja. that Rob and his viewers are very vocal about their class balance. Oh, you mean what? You mean the Barbarian or whatever? I mean that's not gonna sway the devs for the most part. It's just more so the fact that it's always quite difficult to be able to balance, you know, a class that just has more options for weapons than, you know, any other, right? So, but don't expect Barb to always be, you know, at a almost clear top forever. You hope that they release 2 classes in the expansion. They're not going to do that. From a business standpoint, they're not going to do that. Oh, whoops! I literally evaded right into that.
I'm not ready yet. I lack the I need time.
Yeah, is it you, or is it the update is giving you memory leaks again? I haven't felt it yet. I'll say yeah, but yeah, I haven't felt it yet.
Thanks. I'm impressed.
You make rolls to put crit damage on bar weapons. Well, that's the thing. I mean, that learning that was possible really upped the value of barbs, or, you know, on the class that was already, like, you know, pretty strong. guess I'll take that later. That's a whisper. Has anyone cleared 200 yet? Nope. It's not really supposed to be cleared this season. It wasn't meant. It was designed to be impossible to clear. Think about it. Having bash cleave be multiplicative was an internal level mistake. Yeah. Well, I play everything, so I hate when anything gets nerfed. I'm not really. I don't really. So, in my opinion, right now, it's just that there's just way too many things that are just bugged in general. And like bug fixes need to happen if you want any sort of like integrity in terms of like builds, like inter-class balance as well as I guess closer class balance. Then you gotta fix bugs. The issue is that there's just so many bugs that ends up, you know, passing through that it just makes it difficult to know, you know, a good metric of balance. So I think generally speaking, the overall player base would consider, you know, any bug fixes kind of a nerf, but you kind of have to. Like, imagine if no bug fixes happened, like from the beginning, right? I mean, we would, like, if we just kept everything that was bugged since launch on all builds, like, it would be impossible to make content challenging enough. You know what I'm saying? Because some of the bug builds scaled with the monster levels, right? So you can't ever make anything hard enough because, you know, if it scales percent wise, then the only classes that would do well would be the ones that have that bug that scales percent wise. So the only way to fix that is to bug every other class to scale something with percent wise, and then now all content in the game will always be futile because you can't ever make anything hard enough because, well, everything scales with percent. So as long as that happens, there's never a such thing as you know, challenging content. It'll be literally impossible to do, right? So like there are things that just has to go, right? Instead of like who is it? Like Hydro Burn, yeah, exactly, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, so like there's just right now it's just really up to Blizzard to figure out a better way to, you know, find these bugs and nick these bugs before they go live. In general, that's kind of the frustrating part that I'm kind of right now, because like when I look at the rogue class, for instance, right, like the entire rogue class is literally held together by things being, well, bugged every season. If it's not a Twisting Blaze bug, then it's a Toboss World bug. If it's not a Toboss World bug, it's Precision being bugged. If it's not Precision being bugged, it's Victimized double dipping. Like, it's just like there's our effective play is literally based around whatever is bugged that particular season. So it makes it hard to get, you know, the balance changes we need because, well, we're always playing something that's bugged. The cramps are fun when you get older. A quick question: are the hell ties the fastest way to level as a new player? Yes. Yeah, I honestly don't know how Holy Bolts actually made it through either. I'm quite baffled by that.
I have no potions.
Like bash bar, for example, is no bugs, just new bash temperatures and aspects. And we'll also leave. Well, yeah. I mean, pretty much, yeah. I think for Barb, it's just easy for them to kind of like become maybe stronger than intended because, again, you have more options and opportunities because you have more weapons. So balancing Barb is gonna always be a nightmare in general. Given that case, right? But you're right. You know, you're right. Everyone else's bugged setups have to be the way it is to keep up with Barb's non-bug setup.
I need time to prepare that.
You heard from Rob, Barb is always balanced. Yeah, I mean, it never bothers me that Barbs are in the seat that they're in terms of like power. It doesn't actually affect me in any serious manner. So
My bags are full.
thank you for the Heartseeker build on Maxroll. I think yours is the best. Oh, well, thanks, man. I will say that most Heartseeker builds in general, like the variations are, like the difference between the variations are pretty small. It just comes down to what your 6th skill is for the most part. You know, a lot of people like concealment. Some people like poison trap. I think me and Woody Joe like poison trap. You got some people who like flurry as well. And that's his skill. So the differences are usually kind of more so preference related, right? So, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yo, old school song. Jump, jump.
I need time to prepare that.
Rare Bear Temper has 6 options to do it and it's kind of shitty overall. Facts. Wiggity, 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 what?
I need time to prepare that. It is done.
I'm sure everybody,
I cannot carry more.
when this song came out, I'm sure everyone, or when Crisscross became a thing, I'm sure everyone at least made the attempt to wear the pants backwards. Whether or not you succeeded in pulling it off is one thing, but I think everyone at least tried. I was in the category of I tried but couldn't pull it off, but I tried.
I cannot carry more.
I just. No. Pro shit was going on, guys. Rapid fire is still good, or is it? So I mean, the damage output is still really good. The trajectory or the lob effect is still leaves a lot to be desired. But you may or may not like that. So, you might like it. But the general consensus is that I think most the audience tend to not really care for the lob and the delay of impact, and it becomes almost impossible to play it on a controller with the way it is. And like that's the biggest thing that kind of needs to be addressed, is because when you have a build that becomes almost literally impossible to play on consoles, like you have a whole ecosystem of gamers that just cannot play you know, the build because of the mechanics of it, then you have to do something about that. Before they don't make any content actually hard, who cares about class balance? And by hard, I don't mean gear checks. So like, honestly, I mean, as long as there's no like competitive aspect in the game where one class is being directly compared to another, I don't really too much care as much. I do care, for me personally, I do care about interclass balance. And what I mean by that is that, you know, having more builds that feel good and powerful, if that makes sense. Like, it's never good when you have things like Twisting Blades and Flurry feeling the way that they do currently right now, versus, you know, the counterparts. So I care about interclass balance more than anything else, because I want to be able to play multiple different builds. But I guess what gets me to is that when you have something that's bugged, you know, then you don't play the thing that isn't bugged. Like, I'll give you a perfect example. Like season 2, yeah, season 2 Ball Lightning, right? Like how strong that was, right? It was so strong because it was bugged that people just didn't play the other Sorc builds. It was the only build they played. So it was by far better than any other Sorc build you can come up with. You see what I'm saying? And like, that's not good, because then now you have an entire class that's based around one build. And so people who were classist or whatever, like that, oh no, Sorc is fine. Sorc is fine. They got Ball Lightning. It's like, no, Sorc is not fine. Just because you got one broken build does not mean the whole class is fine. Right? But those who are very keen on the meta, or very strictly meta, will sit there and be like, no, don't buff Sorc because they got an OP Ball Lightning. It's like, no, you buff Sorc because the other skills are terrible relative to Ball Lightning, right? So, but also Ball Lightning has to be fixed, obviously, right? So, like, that's kind of the thing. But when you have one thing that's broken, then it just ruins the interclass balance every time. You know, it's been like that for Rogue every season generally too, because if your build wasn't bugged, it's just not going to do as well naturally. No reggae? Oh no, I got reggae on the playlist.
I'm not ready yet.
Just understand though, I got like, my playlist has like 1,800 songs in it, so it's gonna have to cycle through and get there. Get back here. But they should take Lucky Hit off the Victimize too. I actually asked for that a while ago, like a couple of seasons back. I'm like, why is this even a Lucky Hit thing? That would actually like help skills like Barrage and Rapid Fire, especially Rapid Fire, that it makes sense to have an AoE proc on a single target skill, right? Is there a good rogue vulnerable build this season? Yep, Heartseeker. It is the best vulnerable rogue build. Heartseeker order, vulnerable, lucky hit, attack speed, crit chance. I really wouldn't put an order to that, honestly, because you actually need them. Like, you need them all in some way, shape, or form. So, in my opinion, I would look at a planner or a build of like that and kind of see how that person constructed that setup or whatever. There are slight differences between a lot of different planners, but you feel free to check out the one on Maxroll. Big Flurry, good. I know, right? Sean Lee, what'd you say? I hope you're doing well, man. I got a question for you. I just saw a video explaining the Heartseeker vulnerable on range is better than lucky hit chance. So here's the thing. You only want one roll, Sean. You want one roll chance to make enemies vulnerable. That's it. And you take that one roll or whatever, and what you substitute for that stat is crit chance, usually. So you'll have a ring with like lucky hit chance and attack speed and chance to make enemies vulnerable. That's kind of the ring you want for that stat. I would not give up lucky hit for that. You mean vulnerable damage is better than lucky hit chance or lucky hit damage? Sorry, lucky hit chance on rings. Is that what you're saying? I mean, I'd probably disagree a little bit on that. Simply just because, like, if he's already wearing a Shaco, for instance, right? If he's wearing a Shaco or a God Slayer, and there's no lucky hit chance on rings, then he has one place to get lucky hit chance, two places to get lucky hit chance on, and that's gloves and amulet. So it's tight. But I probably would prefer the lucky hit chance. Then again, I'm also running a crossbow, and I have more vulnerable damage than most because of that. But yeah, he's running a single lucky hit on gloves only. Yeah.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah. So I've seen that video. I've watched his video, and I think he's really the only person that's doing that, to be honest. I don't really see anything wrong with it, but I'd rather not take chances, in my opinion, since your entire build is based around proccing lucky hit, and not only just for victimize, but you got to think about lucky hit for other stuff, like you got Umbresh, you got all of your utility tempers, right? That also requires lucky hit. Well, not sorry, not just your utility tempers, but definitely some of your aspects and things. Also, you're vulnerable, right? Like, think about your vulnerable, like, you know. So having more lucky hit chance is going to help with everything else, not just your victimized proc, but everything else procking as well. And it may not seem like a big deal at first, but it could make it could be the difference between life or death of being able to proc a Umbresh aspect, and you didn't just because your lucky hit chance was a bit lower than usual. So I do think that for quality of life purposes, more so than just the DPS part of it, I would prefer to go lucky hit chance. But you can go vulnerable. I guess would prefer the lucky hit chance. But I mean, it's up to you. Can you get up in the billions on victimized? Yeah, only on the boss though. I should forgot what that does. That. If we get the drink elixir, oh yeah, my keeps running out. I keep mine keeps running out really quickly. But I think I'm gonna actually have to stop here because I'm still in quite a bit of pain. So I think I'm just gonna go lay down. Because Shaco has 20% DR, which is what most people use in aspects to survive high hits. Yeah. So Ryzen, the thing about Shaco is that it's more of a side grade offensively, but it's definitely an upgrade defensively, because keep in mind you get the +4 ranks to Dark Shroud because of the Shaco, and that's a pretty big defense and increase. So that's kind of where the Shaco kind of kicks in. It's more so for defense and offense, but it's like a side grade offensively, but definitely an upgrade defensively. But a regular legendary helmet is still fine too, though. It's still good. But Sean, does that make sense? How much lucky hit chance is minimum needed for Heartseeker with Elixir? I mean, generally I wouldn't run Heartseeker without at least 20% lucky hit. About 20% lucky hit chance, to be honest. So yeah, Sean. So yeah, I think it's more so at that point just kind of preference though. Like you can technically do more damage by having vulnerable there versus lucky hit chance, but you're taking chances by doing it. I'd rather for more consistency, to be honest with you. Plus you already have vulnerable everywhere too. Like you have vulnerable tempers everywhere. So like the higher your vulnerable damage, the less useful vulnerable, like rolling vulnerable damage on rings are in general. Because of course diminishing returns, but yeah. Dado, are you the same person from YouTube? Are you Maddox from YouTube? I feel like that's okay. Like I guess answered that question, and you probably didn't hear me because you were switching over. Generally speaking, I wouldn't run with less than 20% lucky hit chance, like minimum. Honestly, it's gonna start to not feel good if you're running with less than that. Okay. I guess I'll do the capstone tomorrow. That's okay. Any particular lucky hit chance would you say you were run before switching to Shaco? As long as you have it everywhere else, I think it's fine. So as long as you have it on gloves, rings, amulet, then having a Shaco is fine. But like if you're missing couple of rolls, it starts to become kind of oof, to be honest with you. You're gonna actually do less damage because you get less procs. Well, I mean, I guess the thing is, one shot kid is that if you can proc, if you have more of a chance to proc something, especially something like utility wise, that's going to give you, like, let's say a bonus that you are going to use and or need, then you're definitely upping your DPS by getting to your big procs faster in a sense, or quicker, or having a higher chance to get there in a sense. Which is why, like, with the bow, that also could be quite nice too as well. But at the same time, over time, bow versus crossbow, it's still a matter of just shooting a bit faster versus hitting harder in that sense. In this case scenario, it's just a matter of just having the utilities and the lucky hit chance to proc them more often, right? A little more straightforward. I'm trying to look for something. Yeah, like all these utility tempers and stuff like that, like they definitely get better with more lucky hit chance too as well. So it's definitely more than just victimize. I think that doesn't get taken into account enough, to be honest. I don't know about Flurry had 10% lucky hit chance. It is pretty awful. It makes trying to do anything like proc related on Flurry kind of awful. But yeah. All right, guys. I don't want to go, but I'm gonna have to go because even with the ibuprofen, I'm still kind of in like a bit of pain. So I'm just gonna lay down and hope tomorrow is a bit better. I'll still stream tomorrow. Don't get me wrong. So I'll still do that, but I do hope tomorrow's a little better. But I am a little concerned about why past couple of days I've been in more pain than usual. So hopefully nothing happened or went wrong. But just wanted to write good morning, Diablo fam. I guess bad timing. No, it's all good. It's all good. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, absolutely. I'll be back tonight, and we'll probably just go ahead and just finish up the Sorc. I'll probably start Sorc a lot sooner than I did today. I started Sorc like what, 2 hours ago, 2.5 hours ago. All right, but where to go? Who to raid out to? Oh, there's a Tekken 8 tournament going on right now. You watching Riptide? Yeah, I have it on save, or I have it under my follow channels. I was like, oh, yeah, there's a tourney. Let's go to. Let's go to Fame. She's a absolute blaster. She has more level 100 characters than anyone I know. She has 34 total D4 characters level 2 100. Say rest up. Yeah, I'm going to. But yeah, hopefully we'll get to the meat of Frozen Orb, where it's actually like, you know, doing the things. Right now, like it's just regular Frozen Orb. But yeah. Anyhow, like I said, I'll see you tonight. Enjoy Fame. She's awesome. And as always, till next time.